True. Okay, got it.
This meeting is being recorded now. It's okay.
Yes. Okay, so great. I guess we can start our symposium now. We can maybe, I mean, Dilek is going to actually join us soon. But before that, we can, of course, start. So let me arrange my... Okay, so welcome to our symposium, Cyprus, from Crisis to Solutions, dear distinguished participants and distinguished guests. So actually, before moving on to the symposium program, I would like to give the floor to Professor Siret Hürsoy, who is the head of International Relations Department, Ege University. So Professor, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Aslı, and you're all welcome to our international relations departmental activities. And I think I should be very thankful to Aslı because she was the one who is always kicking and pushing me to organize such a kind of event. And I was very happy to help and to hear those, plans on organizing this event today. So the Cyprus conflict let me tell from the very beginning that since I was born, I grew up in Cyprus. So I'm a Turkish Cypriot, for those who does not know maybe, I always yoked in this Cyprus conflict. So since I was born, it was a divided island, and the conflict is a kind of a laboratory, for many fields. I mean, not just for international relations, but primarily for international relations. So this conflict discussed, in and analyzed and explored from every aspects of the field, as I observed since my childhood, from anthropology even to psychopolitics, and from economics to political science. So I think from every channel, it has been tried to resolve the conflict, and it was explored. So everything is in front of us, I think, about the Cyprus conflict. Whatever you would like to talk and think and do, it is in front of you. You need to pick and choose the most convenient ones to combine them to reach a solution. And that, of course, requires a favorable environment and a kind of a will from many sides, not just from the Turkish Cypriots and the Greek Cypriot sides, but as well as from Turkey, Greece, UK, European Union, United States, Russia. So day by day, we are seeing many other actors involving into this conflict and makes it very complicated. So when we look from this perspective, it seems a very much pessimistic situation. But in many opportunities are in international relations should not be missed. I mean, we missed the opportunities like the end of Cold War. We missed the opportunities like the Kofi Annan plan. These are the great opportunities. We have many other opportunities that came in front of us, but we missed, unfortunately. We should start from somewhere with a scratch, I think. So we cannot expect 100% perfection in this kind of a solution, either for the Turkish side or for the Greek side. So that should start from somewhere, I think, because each side is trying to take the guards against each other and trying to reach maximum, the benefit from this situation, which I think would not, help in the resolution of the conflict. So nonetheless, I think the international relations as a kind of a field always provides us an opportunity in the future. So we should not be pessimistic because international relations, is for the future, not for the past. So we have to look into the future from this IR perspective and look for into the future with more optimism. And as you all know, the diplomacy is a kind of an art. And in this art, we have spoken and written speech acts by those representatives of those states in order to change the international system or to shape the international system. as well as state-to-state relations are also shaping this international system. So disagreements, conflicts, and what shouldn't be done about the Cyprus conflict has been taught a lot in diplomacy. So everybody repeats that this is wrong and that's the right thing. But what should be done is that how should each side behave in practice to each other? So this should be discussed more in detail from an optimistic way rather than talking about the mistakes of each side. So we have to be very much constructive, I think. So hopefully this symposium and the participants as well will have a very clear insight on this situation from this positive perspective. And we will discuss here how we could proceed further in also strengthening our cooperation here with those of the participants, as well as maybe we could have an option for the future to organize a bigger event after this symposium, because this could be a bit tentative meeting for the future collaboration between you guests and those institutions as well, because we have already thinking of that this could be an initiation of a bigger event between us to see how we could collaborate. So before I leave the floor to Aslı, because I'm not really a speaker here, you know, to give you a speech on the Cyprus problem, but I will do my best to get involved into the situation from the northern part of Cyprus, of course, as being one of the original Turkish Cypriots. So I would like to thank to all those, particularly from the very beginning, as I told, to Aslı, because she did everything in this organization by herself. So therefore, I'm very much thankful to her. And thank you very much for those participants, of course, for those participants from Turkey and from Greece as well. I really became very appreciated your participation. To old friends like Charalambos, I know him in our previous meetings, and I will be very happy to also get know Effie here and Vakur as well, because I didn't know them. And Altuğ is our departmental colleague, so I know him very well. So therefore, thank you very much for you all participating to this event as well. And to those of the guests. Now, they're going to listen us and making a constructive effort in learning, as well as adding something maybe to our thoughts as well. So that would be very much fruitful. So I hope we will end up with a very much fruitful meeting, and we will have a better collaboration in the future. These are my all best suggestions to all those participants. Thank you very much again to your coming and being with us, guests and participants as well. Yes, Aslı.
Thank you so much, Hocam. But let me, thank you so much for your kind words, but let me also say that I'm really, I wasn't really alone with organizing this event. Actually, Oktay Dayıoğlu and Nida Çiçekli, they are also now here, and they really were great help through the process. And of course, Effie, Haralampos, Vakur, Dilek, Altuğ, and you, so everybody were with me. So thank you so much. And I guess this is a joint organization, and maybe it is time to actually start it a little bit. The symposium, which is titled as Cyprus from Crisis, which means multiple crises we are talking here, from crisis to solutions. So this is actually a kind of looking for ways for solutions. Of course, we do not claim that we will find out and then, okay, this is it, we found it. So we are not, chemistry or biology that we can come up with 100% solution and formula. But what is important here is the dialogue itself. So we will discuss issues together. We will try to look to the topic from different perspectives. So the symposium is devoted to exploring different factors shaping the regional and global complexities of Cyprus. And the participants here will discuss the international, political, economic, legal, social, cultural aspects of cooperation, conflict, contending identities, energy politics, water resource management, security issues, and as well as the emerging regional alliances. So the symposium makes actually a priority of analyzing both conflicts and solutions, potential solutions. So this is, of course, we are hoping to have actually a lively, dynamic exchange of different ideas from the symposium participants and also with the audience here. So let's actually run the engines. So this is the idea here. We really would like to have, things to talk, because we are from academic area, and we know that things can be talked and things can be discussed, and this is actually a contribution on its own. So after giving this short description of the symposium, the topic, now I would like to give you the program of the symposium. So it is actually basically divided into two successive 2-hour sessions. But this, timing can differ according to our performance, and if we feel, of course, a little bit tired, we can, of course, give this break in between earlier or later. So it means that we will have 2 sessions with a 10-minute break in between. So in the first session, the symposium will start with presentations of the participants, in which they will outline their general views on the subject. And afterwards, we will continue with the questions and answers of the symposium participants about each other's presentation. So we try to create actually an active dialogue. So we talk with each other, and we actually develop some multi-level aspects for the issue. And at the end of this part, we will also open the floor for the questions from the audience. You can actually maybe write your questions, so it's up to actually the situation. You can also maybe turn on the microphone if you wish, so the audience can also think about their questions and write as a note. And at this point, as I said before, that we will have a short break of 10 minutes. And in the second session, we will actually turn this symposium more into a roundtable format. So here, I, as the chair of the symposium, I would like to actually ask some questions to the participants. So we search for some academic grounds around some topics. So these topics will be actually, at the first round, more about the international dimension. The second round will be on the internal dimensions, and the third round will be on academic studies. So we will make this 3-round question and answer part. Then we will also open the floor for the audience to ask their questions if they have any. Okay, so on that note, also, please let me remind you that the symposium proceedings is now being recorded and will be transcribed into a symposium publication. So I would like to remind you here. I guess after saying all this, now I wish a fruitful and enlightening symposium for all of us, and start the symposium by Effie CHARALAMPAKI. So Effie, I guess you are ready, but
Thank you.
Thank you, but before you start, let me introduce you, because Effie is actually the founder and director of the International Relations Theory Working Group at the Center for International Politics of the Institute of International Relations, which is actually known as IDIS in Athens, Greece. She is also a research member of the East Asia Research Program of EDIS. Before that, she belonged to the Center for Euro-Atlantic Studies at EDIS with a focus on transatlantic relations. She has worked as a research assistant for Sarah McLaughlin Mitchell in the ICO project and for James Rosenau, I guess we all know his name really well, who specialized her in complexity theory. That was really nice. She has conducted undergraduate and graduate studies in the United States, notably a BS in political science and a BA in international affairs from Florida State University and MS studies at the Carter School for Peace and Conflict Resolution at George Mason University. And let me also say that she was an honor student and got invited to an honor society in the United States. She has worked for the Florida Department for Environmental Protection Press Office and the Greek Embassy in Washington, D.C. Her research is focused on IR theory, globalization processes, transnationalism, global governance, international institutions, world order processes, and regionalism, with a special focus on the Eastern Mediterranean and Japan. That's really a nice mix here. I really like this. And she has presented in many international conferences. She's really a very active person, let me say this. She has published articles and book chapters, and she is the co-editor of 2 forthcoming books, Complexity and Security, with co-editor Robert Lamek, and Innovation, Cooperation in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Importance of Partnership and Networks, with co-editors Dr. Kostas Yifantis and Dr. Aristotle Ziampiris. I actually know this book. I hope Kunu Derek and I are hopefully also contributing, trying to contribute this, right? So Effie, now we are looking forward to hearing your inspiring ideas. The floor is yours.
Thank you very, very much. I would like to thank, first of all, Dr. Yassawi, him being the chair of the Department of ERGÜL University, and of course, Dr. Jorgensen, and everybody who invited me to be part with such distinguished a lineup of scholars to present my ideas. So I'm very grateful for the invitation, and thank you very much. Before I start, Dr. Yassawi, and I apologize if I mispronounce his name, said that we need novel approaches in order to tackle both global problems and regional conflicts, and I completely agree with him. This is something that is mandatory in this day and age, especially with the instability we are viewing in the global order, and with uncertainty becoming a core parameter of both the micro and macro levels of global existence. So we have to understand that uncertainty and unpredictable situations will become the norm in the 21st century, and not something that we need actually to develop crisis management mechanisms. We have to be ready all the time, and our policies have to be developed around this parameter in order to be feasible, effective, and actually foster the well-being of individuals and communities. In this regard, I'm coming here, and I would like right from the beginning to say that I'm very honored by the invitations, but I have to say by the invitation, I'm not actually an expert in Greek-Turkish relations. There are other scholars who are extremely expert in this field, and I'm not an expert in the Cyprus problem, but I'm here to speak about IR theory. And from the point of view that, yes, I'm a person who is trying to create novelty in the IR theory field, and I'm trying to develop the field and take it forward, and I'm saying that not in an arrogant manner, in order to create more sustainable structures, governance structures for the global order. In this regard, I'm coming here to offer a completely different approach from the traditional IR theory and the traditional streams of IR theory that offer so far, especially for conflict areas, such as regional conflict areas, such as the Cyprus issue. So I approach conflict in general, regional conflict in our area, in the Eastern Mediterranean and in the Middle East. And this is the way I will also approach the conflict on the Cyprus island as wicked problems. And this is because it allows for a more holistic approach to governance, a more holistic approach to viewing systems and their parts. In this way, systems become complex adaptive systems, because this is what we mostly need in this day and era. We need strategies for adaptation and complexity mechanism strategies. We have areas, especially in conflicts, where we have high degrees of complexity and turbulence, which allow entropy to destabilize systems and their parts. And this is something that we have to have in mind in order to foster stability and create equilibrium strategies. So by viewing conflict areas as wicked problems, we allow for supportive structures and processes to be created. This means that we don't have governance with one size fits all, and this accommodates many communities and many individuals with different views that have to tolerate each other and live with each other and prosper together. And there is a deep contention between portfolios regarding this notion, but ultimately we have to create holistic processes. And the holistic process is most importantly supportive of culture and skills base. And that's why I'm adopting this strategy, because here we have a conflict where we have supposedly different cultures, but in my view, the cultures are almost the same. The Cypriot, the Greek Cypriot side and the Turkish Cypriot side, they share the same culture, and they have to live together in one state, manage to live together and prosper together. Also, it facilitates information management and infrastructure. We see many times that in conflicts like this, we have a lot of misinformation and also information that is being lost, and this perpetuates the conflict. And also when it gets in policy, we have the appropriation of management and accountability frameworks. So the most important thing is that this approach, as I said before, allows for the systems in conflict, the actors, both micro and macro in conflict zones, to be viewed as complex adaptive systems. And this means that they are open systems, they're not closed systems to become isolated, they're open systems, so we can have feedback loops and inputs and outputs that come inside the system and outside the system toward the regional and global order. And this allows for a better management of communication, actually, of negotiation processes, and of fostering trust between communities that have to sit together in the same table and to talk. So by approaching a conflict like this with not a narrow process, we allow actually for collaborative strategies to flourish. And this is very, very important because we have many stakeholders that hold power. Power many times is dispersed, and they have to get together and find a common ground in order to negotiate and talk, and also find common solutions. So it is particularly relevant where part of the solution to the problem involves sustained behavioral change by many stakeholders and the civil society, the citizens. And at the core of collaboration is a win-win view of the problem solving, which is very important in order to actually solve the problem. And this way, partnerships, joint ventures, and the holds of government, international treaties, information campaigns to influence lifestyle choices and so forth, become vital components of a strategy in order for a common future. Let me give you just a small idea what is a wicked problem, because usually we label as wicked problems problems that are like protracted conflicts and problems that are so complex that cannot be solved by the traditional approaches. And we see this with Cyprus, because actually the state, we have a state in the northern part that is only recognized as far by Turkey, and with the Turkish community remaining isolated on the island and not allowing the island as a whole to embrace its European and international prospects. And therefore the island is in dire need of rapprochement and cooperation between the two communities, and this may require novelty both in theory and practice. And unfortunately, international institutions have not yielded positive some outcomes, in my view, to the resolution of the conflicts so far between the two sides. A fact that may profess to the lack of an adequate framework in IR theory to produce a creative way of systems thinking about the interactions of micro and macro level variables, such as international institutions, global and regional powers, local actors and elites, civil society and non-state actors such as hydrocarbon companies that have become a dynamic player in southeastern Mediterranean and sometimes put fire in the conflict, if I can say that. So what is needed most importantly is the creation of a conceptual framework that offers a shared reality, like I said before, to both communities, that transcends their personal narratives, perceptions and misperceptions of each other, and develops networks of knowledge sharing and innovation sharing that are connected to a broader regulatory mechanism in the region, at the regional level. If you permit me, I will say that wicked problems have many interdependencies and are often multi-causal. Attempts to address wicked problems often lead to unforeseen consequences. They are often problems and conflicts that cannot be tackled with stability mechanisms. We have to take into consideration entropy and instability and turbulence as the main parameters. And this may sound a little odd, but this is not the case in all conflicts. So, and wicked problems usually have no clear solution. Especially we see that in protracted conflicts. They are socially very complex, and we need to create a responsibility for any organization that is involved in this conflict to become a shareholder with a shared reality in order to tackle the problem. And the most important thing is that we have to do with agents that have continuously changing behavior, which stimulates a higher degrees of entropy. And this is the most important thing that we need to tackle in order to create viable and sustainable solutions. So after having done this introduction, if you allow me, I would like to share a PowerPoint presentation that I have created to give you my view, what the theory we could use, what novelty we could use at a theoretical level in order to create a new approach to cooperation on the island of Cyprus, in which shareholders can also become Greece and Turkey, the European Union, other global powers that are in the area, such as Russia and the United States, despite the problems, and non-state actors. Okay, could you see my PowerPoint? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So I'm proposing the complexity approach, which departs from the traditional IR theory, IR theoretical approaches. And why this approach? Because core complexity dimensions are uncertainty and unpredictability. And this is something that we see with all complexes, especially if we examine the history of the Cypriot problem. This is a core factor. Political and geopolitical order emerging from the interactions of micro and macro agents, and this we see it, I apologize here for the spelling, in Ernest and Rosano in a 2006 article. Allows for creating policy at the micro-macro nexus. This is a theorem I have developed, and also I have many graphs if anybody is interested. A part of it is going to publish by Kadir Has now, and actually I was very honored that I authored the chapter with Dr. Bezen Balamir. And also we have a forthcoming article that is hopefully being published in a journal special issue where we're talking about these governance models based on the micro-macro nexus, which is placed on the intersection of the domestic foreign frontier. Allows for a bottom-up approach, which is what we need actually in conflicts like the Cypriot conflict, the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, in order to create sustainability, which is central in conflict resolution as authority and power structures become decentralized. Accommodates turbulence regionally and at the nation-state level, and it creates what we say emergence. So we escape the traditional anarchical paradigm of all the isms where traditional IR theory is based, and we see that agents act on the basis of internal rules that evolve in response to regional and international feedback. So the anarchic implications of complexity for societies and global politics are tamed by the creation of a normative emphasis on institutionalization and regulation, allows for holism instead of reductionist approaches, which is reductionist means a downward causation. We see how the system affects the micro components, which is this way you cannot create a bottom-up approach for governance, so that a more systemic approach is developed to conflict resolution, and this way part agents and whole mutually affect each other, and emergence is the outcome of the system as a whole, which creates a new order at the state level and at the regional level. And I believe that a key component in order to tackle conflicts like the Cypriot conflict and the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, and potentially other conflicts, is to view them as complex adaptive systems, parts in a broader complex adaptive system, which is the subsystem, of the Southeastern Mediterranean and the Middle East. So this leads to a normative conception of authority and its institutionalization that departs from the usual narratives about anarchy and catastrophe that we see with traditional IR theory. And when complexity is left unregulated, and we see that we have high complexity, that's why we cannot solve these protracted conflicts, it results in entropy and disorder. So this creates non-scalable distributions in social and economic world. The complexity approach, therefore, allows for the creation of regulatory regional networks that, through political action, encourage innovation cooperation at the micro, meso, and macro levels. And this creates ultimately an imperative of planning combined with strategic foresight for larger stakeholders like the European Union, especially when we have security governance structures, which are paramount in the security in the Cypriot situation, that fosters management and containment of regional and national complexity, adaptation mechanisms for micro components to the macro realities, and control mechanisms to tame disorder and randomness in agent interactions. And this is key in order to produce a viable bottom-up approach that allows for the incorporation of multi-track diplomacy strategies into conflict resolution. And the result is that political elites can manage the unexpected, the uncertainty, which is the most important parameter in the global order right now, and as a result in regional orders. So the complexity approach mitigates against individualism. This is a key in order to solve conflicts, which is the classical liberal tradition from Locke and onwards. Individuals are conceptualized as dependent upon other people and communities of people in the same systemic whole, so that interdependence and interconnectedness are appreciated as vital parameters of the survival of the whole. the whole island as one whole, both communities as part of one whole. This leads to the emergence of regional systems and national structures that encourage social support for the opponent, as the survival of one community depends on the survival of the other, and vice versa. Enormous implications there are for an ethics of action, and this is something that I have taken from Dr. Olsen. It's his idea, which stresses conscience, responsibility, accountability when prediction and control are elusive, because the micro, which are the individual, the communities on the island, is viewed as insufficient in face of precarious and unpredictable environments, so that an institutional mechanism to regulate politics, connections and interactions at the micro level can emerge that can incorporate social justice strategies, borrowing from David Hume, that foster coordination and mutual trust. This is actually something that we are trying to examine and research in the book that we are co-editing with Dr. Ifadis and Dr. Tsiabiris right now. And Dr. Jorgensen, we're very fortunate that Dr. Jorgensen and Dr. Knut Jorgensen are authors in this book. So institutionalization becomes hence a normative consequence of the complexity that uncertainty, unpredictability, and possible danger produce. And democracy is represented as a very viable institutional mechanism for survival and well-being of all parts of the same whole. So we escape the division strategies. And democracy and social justice become necessary this way. So the complexity approach for cooperation, why this approach? Because usually so far, when it comes to cooperation, theories of cooperation, we had the dominant approach to cooperation that was coming from Robert Axelrod, which is the tit for tat model. But this model promotes cooperation for agents without any collective structures in which the whole is more than the sum of its parts, this is key in complex adaptive systems. In Axelrod's model, agents interact without any institutionalized structures of cooperation and coordination, which leads to zero-sum games potentially, and no positive conception of political authority. Moreover, in Axelrod's model, prohibition on communication is overcome through repeated plays of the game, and this leads, as we all know, to prisoner's dilemma, where we have rational actors that do not cooperate, even if it is in their best interest to do so, because only self-interest dictates behavior, which leads ultimately to disinformation and non-communication. And this is Anatol Rapoport came in order to develop Axelrod, after Axelrod asked him to develop this model. And he said, no, one begins by cooperating and then echoes opponents' moves. Based on that, we have another approach by Philip Ball. He states, if a mistake is made, players are locked into a vicious circle of mutual recriminalization, that eventually leads to a succession of errors that inhibit cooperation and foster mistrust. Hence, the traditional approach to cooperation, tit for tat, guarantees ultimately a Hobbesian world where strategies are not so nice. Therefore, for conflict resolution, it is best to create institutionalized positive regulatory mechanisms that encourage bottom-up approaches to overcome Axelrod's conception of cooperation, which is based on Nash equilibrium, which states that cooperation emerges purely through the interaction of agents without a supracommunal structure of authority that coordinates the interactions of micro and macro. And this leads eventually to the tragedy of the commons by policymakers and cooperation based purely on rational egoists that promote only their self-interest. Here, in conflicts like this, in protracted conflicts, we have to find a mechanism, and I know it's very difficult, to transcend this process. So the actual problem with traditional cooperation theories is that in an era of pervasive transnationalism and profound global interconnectedness and interdependence on all levels of human existence, cooperation cannot, and I emphasize that, emerge simply through the interactions between agents. Unfortunately, this is a route that the European Union is taking also many times in order to create a policy, and especially in its neighborhood. IR theory needs a positive theory of institutionalization that promotes a positive role for the state as a regulator of a shared reality for different communities that wish to be incorporated in the same whole based on objective ethic, as Mark Olsen stresses in his chapter that was published in 2005 in Kowalski's book, that links the global, regional, national, and social levels. So, complexity science as a remedy for theories of cooperation, and why I'm using this approach, allows for the creation of intermediary institutions that link governance structures at the micro, meso, regional, and macro level, very important especially for security governance in conflict areas. The creation of a shared reality based on objective ethic, according to Mark Olsen, based on a shared conception of justice and democracy, the creation of a system that does not reward defectors with reductionist tendencies, i.e. the effects of system on parts is the sole route for policy creation. We need to transcend these notions. The creation of a shared normative structure that transcends cultural nuances, nationalism, and historical trauma to enable people to live and develop strategies, live together and develop strategies for a common future that are based on conditions of dignity, mutual respect, trust, and prosperity for all, and allow for the adaptation, according to Nowak and Mays, of rules and norms to the contingent circumstances of time and space. And this way, we develop the tit for tat model of Axelrod's model of cooperation into a generous tit for tat model. And Ferch and Gachter's, if I pronounce the names right, idea of altruistic punishment, which increases cooperation. So the complex order at any level is regulated with constructed ethics, which encourage the constant emergence out of uncertainty and randomness of interactions. So this is the norm that we experience today. This way, institutions at any level become preconditions for development, freedom, individual and communal well-being, and prosperity. The concept of anarchy is overcome with a complexity approach, and survival transcends the security dilemma and Thucydides' trap. Main parameters of governance become the themes of co-evolution, holism, non-reductionism, the entanglement of the micro with the macro, and the importance of the micro for the survival and evolution of the macro structures. Part-whole interactions become very important, and a metaphysical transcendence of history and historical trauma, so that an ontological orientation to politics and IR provides a different understanding of possibilities or not for collectivities to negotiate and realize a common future. This is very important because we can actually create policy and conflict resolution processes on this notion. And policy is ultimately created based on indeterminism and free will. In order, we can accommodate randomness and uncertainty in this day and age also by indeterministic approaches, not the classical determinist that we see in traditional IR theory, okay? And free will in order to reduce randomness, which is ultimately what creates disorder and conflict. Thank you so much for your time and attention. I really appreciate it.
Effie, thank you so much. This was a great presentation, actually, and you showed us how IR theory can be used for solutions. So thank you so much. Now, actually, we can continue with Miranda Cristo, but as far as I know, maybe Dilek can help us here, that she couldn't make it. Am I right, Dilek?
Yes, Aslı. Actually, I'm presenting on behalf of us. Unlike Effie, we haven't structured our presentation in a theoretical way. It's just the opposite. It's qualitative research based on interviews that we hope to put some light about the gender issues in Cyprus that could help policymakers to consider women's perspective about solution. And Miranda actually couldn't make it, but we have a common presentation that I'm going to share with you. And it's a bi-communal project. It's called Gender and Peace in Cyprus and the Role of Women in Reconciliation Process. We just started actually by September this year, although the project was drafted 2 years ago, just before the pandemic. And American Embassy, actually, because we are both Fulbright scholars, really liked the idea of having a gender input into the Cyprus conflict and looking at what kind of, because the starting point, let me go back to the origin, is that in all academic research and different types of opinion polls, the woman, the data shows that women has less enthusiasm for a federal solution, a united Cyprus. They find it very risky. So we wanted to understand actually what are the concerns, fears, insecurities of women that make them very cautious about solution. They prefer the status quo, although the island is divided, at least it's safe. So we wanted to understand, as I said, although it was 2 years ago, because of the pandemic, we couldn't carry out the interviews because that's our methodology, to reach out women, especially out of the urban centers, because there are very few elite women or academic women that are involved in the peace process. Although very limited number, which is not enough, that's the other point, but we wanted to look at the concerns of women outside of the power centers and just have an input that hopefully could help their voices heard, and maybe it can bring us a different perspective. So I will try to share the PowerPoint presentation I prepared on behalf of us, Miranda and I. As I said, it's a bi-communal project and we collaborate. And we do the same interviews, same questionnaires, both for the South and North Cyprus. I haven't shared actually a PowerPoint in a Zoom platform. We normally use Google Meet. So I'll try, and if I can, I will try if I can make it seen by you, but let me first open. Okay. Share screen. Yes. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. As I said, Miranda Christou from University of Cyprus in Republic of Cyprus is a collaborator of that project, and just that. Let me try to fix, because I can see only part of it. Let me just, okay. So sustainable peace in Cyprus can be achieved when both women and men are part of a negotiation and reconciliation process. And what we have seen so far is the opposite from both communities, is the marginalization of women in the political process and the perpetuation of stereotypes that continue to see women as secondary agents in these procedures. And earlier research has shown that high-level talks discuss issues of peace and security, mostly from a militaristic perspective, leaving out the social and gender dimension of peaceful coexistence. On the other hand, gender perceptions are regarded as a precondition for sustainable peace, as gender is an important variable that defines different experiences and dispositions. women experience conflicts much different than men. And in order to understand the gender root causes of security, fear, distrust as drivers of conflict, reliable gender data is needed. So just to give you a perspective about the previous research done in Cyprus, academic research, but there are also lots of different surveys and opinion polls shows similar results. One was PRIO Cyprus Center research on the prospects of reconciliation, coexistence, and forgiveness in Cyprus in the post-referendum period in 2007 that I was involved in as a researcher and author of the PRIO report that you can download it actually from the PRIO Cyprus Center web page. And the Security Dialogue Initiative, which is relatively more updated, the gender score research, both studies have shown that women are more skeptical than men in their approach to the peace process and to the resolution attempts of the Cyprus problem. Although there is more than 10 years gap between these two researches, the results have not changed much. According to the prospects of reconciliation, coexistence, and forgiveness research of PRIO, Peace Research Institute of Oslo's report, women are more cautious and socially insecure than men in Cyprus. On the prospects of reconciliation, coexistence, and forgiveness, women perspectives has relatively been less positive. And women have been more prudent about crossing the border and tend not to cross because of the discomfort. The gender score research findings also show that both Greek Cypriot and Turkish Cypriot women experience heightened insecurities, and they are generally more skeptical of the peace process than men. Cypriot women experience stronger sense of mistrust compared to men, higher levels of negative stereotypes, have less meaningful contact than men with the other community, and regard United Federal Cyprus if you achieve to be a fragile state. In this line, the UN Security Council sent a very clear message this year in January 2021, stating that now it's time to ensure that women are at the forefront of efforts to resolve the Cyprus issue. Women are affected by conflicts, as I said before, directly and indirectly, and often in ways that are different to men, but too often they are present and they are absent from the peace process. Therefore, an inclusive peace process must involve a conscious shift to focus towards women, of course, sorry. So women shouldn't only be in the room, but must also have a voice at the table. Actually, the interviewers used very interesting phrases like women shouldn't be in the room just as a decoration, just to fill the woman quota. They used this word decoration most of the time. So that was very interesting. They want women really to be involved in a way that they could change and make an impact. So they must have a voice at the table at every stage, from peace negotiations to peace building and post-conflict reconciliation. And this is the message of the UN Security Council, and that we believe this should not, in year 2021, be a controversial step or concept. Women's meaningful participation in and influence on the process reflects the normative human right. In addition to involving women in every step, gender perspectives should also be incorporated throughout the whole process. And that's actually the message transferred through the local Friends of UN Women Peace and Security Agenda in Cyprus. And they are compelled to highlight the conviction that Cyprus peace process would benefit from a more inclusive approach. Through the full involvement of women in Cyprus peace process in line with UN Security Council resolutions. We are hopeful an environment conducive to the resumption of formal negotiations and achievement of a sustainable solution for all the people of Cyprus that can be created. So that's the actually message transferred via the Australian High Commissioner to Cyprus, Ambassador of Ireland, Ambassador of Netherlands, and Sweden. And that was actually an article published in Cyprus Mail. So there's a real gender difference with respect to safety and inalienable security of women on both sides of the divide, who are primarily homemakers and pillars of both societies. On the other hand, most foreign funded by communal early research on gender up to now remained on elite level, which is primarily focusing on urban centers such as Nicosia. There has been a lack of research on the main concerns, mistrust, fears, and security needs of women living outside of the city centers, urban centers, and the rural areas across the divide. Considering the women's insecurities transforms in skepticism and resistance for peace and reconciliation, acknowledging their perceptions are inescapable for a sustainable peace in Cyprus. So women perceptions need to be identified to shape local solutions for peace and to improve the prospects of a long-lasting solution in Cyprus. As I mentioned in the rest of my presentation, I would like to talk about our research project that we carry on in collaboration with Miranda. So the Gender and Peace in Cyprus project is funded by the American Embassy in Cyprus, and the aim of the project is explore how women in Cyprus understand the reconciliation process, how they see themselves involved in the political life of the island. This project aims to provide data that can inform policymakers in drafting of resolutions towards a successful agreement to the Cyprus conflict. Having Cypriot women's input and insights would allow creating a better policy perspective that could enhance the role of women before and after solution of the Cyprus problem. Considering that maybe more than half of this population in Cyprus is women, this is actually what we hope to have a contribution on. So our aim is to capture not only the concerns of women vis-a-vis the political process and the prospects of a solution, but also identify whether distance from the center of political negotiations makes a difference. Inclusion of women's perspectives in the peace process would also improve mutual understanding, trust, empathy, compromise, and sustainability of a possible settlement. The project methodology, as I tried to explain shortly actually in the beginning, focused on women's perceptions outside of the city centers, basically who are marginalized, and rural areas across the divide in Cyprus. And more specifically, we try to identify women who live in the provinces of the south and north of the island, not just in Nicosia. As most research, and exchanges by communal activities takes place in Nicosia, which is the divided city and the capital of Cyprus. So to mainstream gender perspective as the grassroots level, this project would combine qualitative and quantitative research techniques and methods. And we actually have in mind to have 3 methods: a quantitative questionnaire, semi-structured interviews with 40 women, and 2 focus groups, one with Greek Cypriot and one with Turkish Cypriot women. A quantitative questionnaire, we thought about having 500 first, then we thought this may be better to increase it to 1,000 to have a better representation, and that would charter opinions of women and Cyprus from different geographical, educational, socio-economic backgrounds. We haven't started the surveys yet. The results of this would form the qualitative questions to explore in depth the divergence of attitudes among women. It would be based on random sampling. And as there are not enough qualitative studies that focus on women, especially with regards to differences between the different groups of women as well, we found that would be a good input. And semi-structured interviews with 40 women. And actually our sample is women who have leadership positions in their communities, such as muhtars, municipal council members, school councils, parents associations, and different types of social, political, voluntary, charity, and religious organizations. Actually, when you look at women on both sides of Cyprus, women are quite active in NGOs and in various associations, but not in the politics direct, and the representation of women in the parliaments are quite few, as well as there are very few female members in the negotiation teams. So we wanted to have actually the position of women who have leadership position in their communities, not in politics, but having different contributions in their societies, basically through the associations. And the focus groups, we want to have one with Greek Cypriots, with few women who are like really active and want to be part, and the Turkish Cypriots. And ideal would be to have a mixed focus group. But the lockdown, the closure of the border during the pandemic, the peak of the pandemic last year in winter, the border was closed down. And again, it wasn't possible to go to the other side. Same for Turkish and Greek Cypriots. So we don't know actually how this winter will be, as the number of COVID cases are increasing on both sides of the island. And there are some worries that the border might temporarily be closed again. We'll see how we can proceed, because so far, pandemic changed the face of our research. So we started with semi-structured interviews. And out of 40, we interviewed 18 women from different ages, professions, and regions in Cyprus. They were all very eager to participate in our research, and they really supported the idea of having a gender perspective in Cyprus question. Some of the interviewees had direct traumatic experiences from the 1963 events. They have both deaths and missing persons in their families, and some of them have been displaced. They've been refugees in 1974 war. Although the women we interviewed had different professions, social status, all of these women are involved in different associations, charity organizations, and they have active involvement in their communities. So before I share with you some of the direct quotations from the interviews, I would like to describe you the survey. Actually, it's a semi-structured survey, and that consists of 5 parts. Part A is about demographics, their age, where they grew up, if they're married, and the family structure. B is about their involvement in social, political, voluntary, charity, and religious organizations. Some are like active members of the church associations, and the religious part is not very strong actually in the north. Part C is about bi-communal contact and experience, whether they cross the border, if they have been involved in any bi-communal activity or event, their impressions about the other side, and their thoughts, questions, and feelings about the buffer zone when they cross the border. And part D is about their experiences and views about the political situation in Cyprus and their understanding of what needs to be done. And the last part is about their views on peace, security, negotiation process, gender equality, women participation in the peace process. We also asked them about their views about forgiveness and also reconciliation, whether it is possible to forgive and reconcile, basically, and what we should forget for that and what we should remember. So just to share with you some general observations and with research centers. And can you hear me? Because it says like I am having an unstable internet connection. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. And may I ask you to actually summarize maybe shortly?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, just few, as I said, we just started the project. I just wanted to share with you very few of the direct quotations. Okay, so they have different encounters and interactions with the other community, as well as involvement in bi-communal activities and events. And just few expressions about the buffer zone. The border and the buffer zone always reminds me the war, and I don't want to remember those days anymore. Another woman says, I've been in the buffer zone so many times that it doesn't mean anything to me anymore. It's just an identity check place, but soldiers, rifles, flags are always the things that frighten me. I can say that it's because of the events that I experienced as a child, and I'm very afraid of soldiers and rifles. And when I show the buffer zone to my friends from abroad or visiting Cyprus, or when I cross the border with my children, this woman has 2 children aged 8 and 5. I have a hard time trying to answer their questions. What I feel at this point is always helplessness. Actually, they all underline the need for finding a peace on the island. Some talk about 2 different states. Some says, I don't mind whether it is 2 different states or a federal state. I just want a solution. Basically, the woman we interviewed actually would like to see that a solution could be reached, but they are quite skeptical whether this could be find or reached throughout in their lifetime, and whether they would be able to see it with their own eyes. Another common point is their distrust of the leaders, political leaders, presidents who are actually negotiating, and the politicians in general, and the negotiation process in Cyprus. Yeah, just few, just leaders play politics, and they just think their own interest. They pretend that they are trying to find solutions, but it's the old same story. They're not really trying to find a solution. And we had to choose the leaders who wanted a solution. Now we lost them too. So they show their pessimism and skepticism actually at the same time. And they made very distinctive definitions of what Cyprus problem is and what peace and security is for them as well. Apparently they perceive peace and security differently. They are related for them, but they are not the same thing. And most of them also express that at the moment there is no peace in Cyprus, and some says that they don't feel safe because anytime anything could happen, especially when there is a tension, political tension, the worries increases. Yeah, how they define Cyprus problem, it's a desperation, it's helplessness, and it's because of the great powers' interest that we can't do much. We are the grass at the feet of the elephant. Wrong policies, and that also some talks about the psychology of war, that actually we are passing from one generation to the other as long as there is no solution is found. Yes, it needs to be resolved, but it's getting worse. It's being pushed further. So as I said, they have very unique definitions of what is peace and what is security. Maybe I can go to that part later, as Aslı wanted me to summarize. Some talks about the role of trust in security and peace, and whether it is possible to forgive and forget. Yes, we should. Some says it's not possible to forgive, especially for the ones who lost loved ones, but many agrees that we should forgive just for our own sake, just to feel relieved from the pain. So as I said, they all supported women's participation in the negotiation and peace process, but this enthusiasm is overshadowed by the distrust of the mainstream politics, leadership, and the negotiation process overall. These are the Greek Cypriot women's. I don't know, the interviews are done by Miranda and her research assistant, Magda. So I try to actually get certain pieces from the interviews. While they see, of course, women should be in the peace process because women might bring different perspective, because women would be able to use not the strategy, but their emotions as well, and maybe come up with a different solution, or maybe things could be moved more faster, because it's like women have solution-oriented perspective, according to some of them. How they see Cyprus, yes, it's a problem. And there's a very interesting phrase here, making an analogy with a theoretical play, Waiting for Godot. So for all those years waiting for a solution, being disappointed, and then still there, going back to where you started. It's a timeless problem for some of them. Buffer zone, yes, it's difficult because of, I think, the Greek Cypriot political narrative might also make it an influence on that, because this is like the island is occupied for the Greek Cypriot part, so and they feel very strange, and they don't. They feel emptiness, also anger, when they see the buffer zone and they try to cross the border. And well, it's like I don't feel safe. For some Turkish troops, presence of Turkish troops is as a kind of risk, and they also shared that they don't like guns, they don't like soldiers. Yeah, we need to remember that both sides had lost. So that's kind of a very empathetic view. And a woman mentioned that there is a joint committee of the missing persons. So if these people who lost their loved ones, or who are still missing persons in their families, that their bodies couldn't be found, because of the 1974 war, if they could forgive and they could work together in this joint committee, everyone should be able to forgive as well for one woman. And that's, yeah, we have to have forgiveness for coexistence and viable solutions. Yeah, overall, this, as I said, this project aims to support development of public atmosphere and a social dynamic that could promote a constructive intercommunal engagement and a constructive dialogue of women. Therefore, we try to address, find out the specific needs and concerns of women. And explain the underlying reasons for the women's distrust. And hopefully this input will create a positive atmosphere for the solution of the Cyprus problem, although there is not much hope. Yeah, actually, I would like to stop here. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'll
Dilek.
stop. Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much. It was actually really great to listen to this project because this also gives us that Cyprus issue is not only about states or military or conflict, it's also about people living on the island, and especially the gender issue. I guess talking about these issues that we ignored so far could make Cyprus normalized. I guess what we need is to normalize the island in order to really start healthy discussions. And as you all understand, actually Dilek LATİF is really an expert about this conflict resolution and peace studies. Let me actually give a short info about her. I should have done it
doing the
quickly,
opposite way.
but I just didn't want to disturb you, so I would like to do it now. So she is an associate professor in the Department of International Relations at Near East University in Nicosia, Cyprus. She obtained her PhD from the Middle East Technical University with a thesis on peace building in ethnically divided societies with a focus on Bosnia-Herzegovina. She was a Fulbright visiting scholar in negotiation, conflict resolution, and peace building programs of the California State University. And her research interests are in the area of conflict resolution and peace studies, focusing on peace building and reconciliation strategies in divided societies. So she is actually the person who is needed for, I guess, these discussions. And her research has been published, as she explained, has been published on the issues in international edited volumes and in peer-reviewed journals. Actually, I was one of the lucky ones who also have an article with her, which I'm going to also mention during my talk, by the way. Okay, thank you so much, Dilek. Now,
thank you. Sorry, Feride. I just wanted to say sorry because we just started the project. I couldn't share with you robust research findings, just the preliminary observations. But we thought it would be a great platform to get your feedback. So it would help us to have progress and maybe have a good direction. So if you have any comments and suggestions, I would be very happy to hear and share with Miranda, of course. Thank you.
We will be happy to. I actually took many notes about the project. They are coming. Don't worry.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Dilek. Now we can continue with Altuğ GÜNAL. So before I give the floor to him, I would like to also give a short information about him. So Associate Professor Altuğ GÜNAL completed his undergraduate and graduate studies in Ege University, Department of International Relations, and his doctorate in European Studies at 9 Eylül University. He completed part of his doctoral courses and doctoral dissertations at the University of Exeter and the University of Zagreb. For postdoctoral studies, he was a visiting professor and he did his research and work at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, Aalborg University, and Hoca Ahmet Yassawi International Turkish Kazakh University. We will actually have another participant from this university, Vakur SÜMER also. University of Zagreb and University of Oxford. He still works as the International Relations Coordinator of our university, Ege University, and a faculty member at the Department of International Relations. He is also the historical consultant for the Cyprus Peace Operation Museum at the Foça Amphibious Marine Infantry Brigade. So he is coming from this kitchen of, I guess, the peace operation and the technical issues. He's great about those technical issues, actually. He's interested in Cyprus problem, Balkans, humanitarian interventions, responsibility to protect, and European Union. So now the floor is yours, Professor Altuğ GÜNAL. You are on mute, Altuğ. Your microphone is off.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Aslı. And dear participants, dear audience, I would like to greet you all. It's a great pleasure for me to be here in the same symposium with this precious audience and distinguished speakers from Cyprus, from Greece, from Turkey as well. And I would like to thank my colleague Aslı, especially for inviting me to this organization. I know she worked a lot on this. And for sure, we are all aware that the Cyprus issue has been on the international community's agenda for more than 60 years or around 65 years and still waits a solution. And all parties suggested a federal state for the solution until recently. However, things have changed as the Turkish party now defends that wasted decades on negotiations proved that a solution based on federation was not possible. Therefore, it would be meaningless to run after an impossible mission for other decades to come. And now the two sovereign state formula is proposed by the Turkish party. But however, all the other parties and the international community continue to insist on federative state and declare they won't support any other kind of solution. In this regard, for today, I decided to do something a little bit different and compare another failed federal experience, namely Yugoslavia, to Cyprus, and see if you can find some similarities or draw useful lessons for Cyprus' future model. Sure, 15 minutes will never be enough for that, but I will try to give some insights at least. I will try. And anti-federalists in Cyprus like to use the Yugoslavia experience in order to prove that there should be no federation in Cyprus because it won't work just like Yugoslavia didn't. Of course, besides the similarities, there are serious differences between Yugoslavia and Cyprus. However, evaluating this failed experience, which is in the same region with Cyprus, where just like Cyprus, Muslims and Christians and different ethnicities live together, having their motherlands outside, if you accept it as a motherland for sure, and also which were non-aligned countries, where majority-minority problems occurred. Disagreements on the interpretations of history, self-determination, and federation concept prevailed. I think this may make apparent what future pitfalls upcoming Cyprus Federation or model could face and maybe help preventing making similar mistakes again. And Cypriots have been affected from the events in Balkans in general and Yugoslavia in particular, and also been a party to it. For instance, in Cyprus, the term Balkans was used in the meaning of unity and cooperation before the conflicts began in Yugoslavia, and also in the meaning of dissolution, conflict, and hostility in the years of clashes. In 1930s, in the mixed village of Pile, my friends would know here, my colleagues, the mixed football team composed of Turks and Greeks was named Balkans. And while Greek Cypriots sympathized their Serb Orthodox brothers, Turks took side with the Muslim Bosniaks. Cypriots used the events and rhetoric in Yugoslavia in order to defend their own arguments on Cyprus. And in the 1990s, two communities in Cyprus started to use the term ethnic cleansing for what the other party did. And when they saw that the term helped international community to act in Yugoslavia. Turks used the term for the years between 63 and 74 for sure, and Greeks used the term for the Turkish intervention in 1974. And Turkish Cypriots linked the Srebrenica and other massacres in Bosnia to the events in Cyprus between the same date, and claim United Nations alone was not and will not be able to protect Turks against the Greek Cypriots again if the clash starts again. And on the contrary, Greek Cypriots say the UN protected Muslims in Bosnia, but has done nothing to protect Greek Cypriots against the Turkish intervention in 1974. While it's a common belief in the Turkish side that Christian West would not protect Muslim Christians, West would not protect Muslims, Christian Greeks believe that the Catholic West has a prejudice against the Orthodox. It was similar in Yugoslavia as well. Serbs had also claimed Western media deliberately showed Orthodox Serbs as postmodern vampires. And in both Cyprus and Yugoslavia, parties accused each other of irredentism and also having big dreams, as the others accused Serbs of dreaming of greater Serbia, or Serbs accused Albanians, for instance, of dreaming a greater Albania. Turks accused Greeks of dreaming a greater Greece, I mean megalidea, or Greeks accused Turkey with neo-Ottomanism. This term was first used after the 74 intervention. Let's return back to federalism issue. As everybody knows here, federalism tries on one hand to protect the diversity and on the other hand to ensure national unity. Even though until recently Turkish and Greek party claimed they compromise on federalism, I believe it was not the real case. They never agreed on its form. A federal state does not have recognized stable, strict rules. So each and every federal state may be unique to itself. Therefore, what Turkish and Greek party understood from federalism has always been completely different from each other. Just like it was the case in Yugoslavia. In Yugoslavia, Croats and Slovenes with lesser population envisaged a loose federal model, where they would enjoy greater autonomy. But the more populated Serbs demanded a more centralized federal state. However, as Yugoslavia became looser in time, especially after 1974 constitution, Serbs became agitated and thought Yugoslavia was being divided by Croats and Slovenes. It was a separatist movement for them. Likewise in Cyprus, Greek Cypriots demanded more centralized, while Turks demanded looser federalism. At the end, Greek Cypriots in 1960, Cyprus Republic, believed the federation was too loose. Turks had too much autonomy and they were trying to divide the Cyprus. It was what Greek Cypriots believed at the time. Actually, Croats were concerned about forming a federation with Serbs from the very beginning, because they knew that they could be subordinated even if the system is federative. However, they insisted on federation in both Yugoslavias and thought this could be a step on the road for an independent Croat in the course of time, for sure. Contrary to this, Serbs saw it as a step for a more unitary state in time. While forming the Cyprus Republic, Cypriots were doing similar plans with the Yugoslav. Greek Cypriots hoped that the system would become more unitary in time, while Turks would feel more safe in a bizonal state. In time, Yugoslavia went into the direction of too loose federalism, but on the contrary, with Makarios 13 amendments to the constitution, Cyprus became almost unitary, because both caused erosion of legitimacy of the state. However, representing the strong sides, both Milosevic, the president of Yugoslavia or Serbia at the time, and Makarios' answers to the incompetence of the federal system was to centralize the government. In the literature on federations, one of the most important facilitators for a lasting federation is seen as the sense of common history and identity among the citizens. However, neither in Yugoslavia nor in Cyprus, the federal identity had over the local or ethnic identities. The main idea behind the starting point of Yugoslavia was, as you could remember, even though they had different religions, Slovene, Croat, Serb, and Bosniaks were relatives and could live in a single state in order to be safe. However, in Cyprus, from the very beginning, no rhetoric was used which claimed that the Turks and Greeks were relatives or even similar or close. Instead, the two communities on the island were sharply divided as Muslim Turks and Orthodox Greeks. In that sense, 1960 Cyprus Republic was disadvantageous from the very beginning. Unfortunately, Turks and Greeks discovered happily that they have many things and manners in common more recently. And it is accepted in the literature again that a history of living under the same administration is also a facilitator for a federation. Turkish and Greek Cypriots have lived side by side without interruption like 400 years. However, mostly because the Balkan and the Greek historiography do not commemorate Ottoman period very positively, And since there have been many wars conducted against each other, and also with the effect of the school books for sure, the communities choose to remember the bad memories instead of many good ones, thanks to or because of their leaders as well. So this common life under administration, same administrations, was not able to create a single nation or at least a common identity in Cyprus, not even for the statesmen. For instance, Makarios once expressed this situation clearly. He said, "What Cypriot? The only Cypriots in Cyprus are the Cypriot donkeys." And despite the fact that many nations of Yugoslavia were relatives or South Slavs, it was not possible there to create a common Yugoslav identity as well. Even though it was one of the biggest dreams of Tito, he could not succeed on that. On this, there was a common joke in Yugoslavia, which said, Yugoslavia is composed of 6 republics, 2 provinces, 6 nations, 15 nationalities, and 1 Yugoslav, referring or making fun of Tito for sure. So I'm quite sorry about this identity issue. And the decision to build federation in Yugoslavia was given by their own Yugoslav leaders. However, Cyprus Republic came into existence only or mainly because their motherlands, if you accept it that way, or UK wanted. So it was a kind of child no one wanted from the beginning. Another facilitator for a federation is feeling of insecurity caused by a common threat or enemy or need for a common defense against a colonist, let's say. An important part of the Yugoslav nations conducted an independence war against an enemy like Ottomans or Austria. And also after Bolsheviks revealed the secret agreements on Yugoslav territories after the First World War, you would remember that there is an Italian threat as well. So this helped the build of Yugoslavia. However, Greek and Turkish Cypriots did not feel any common threat, not even a common threat from its colonist ruler. They didn't unite against the colonist British and conduct a common independence war, unfortunately. Instead, they felt threatened by each other's motherlands and each other as well. And literature says if the parties to the federation have a tendency to fight in opposite coalitions, the federation could not live long. Just like the Croats and Serbs chose to fight in different coalitions against each other in the Second World War, Cypriots also chose to fight in different coalitions in the First World War and Turkey's independence war. So this is also problematic for the federation. And after Yugoslav get rid of the foreign rule and external threats were exterminated, they started to put their national interests again over the unity. In the Second World War, Nazi Germany played on Yugoslav differences and made them fight each other, as you could remember. And afterwards, the atrocities, tortures, and massacres South Slavs did to each other in the years of Second World War, and especially the ones between Croat Ustašas and Serb Chetniks, created quite strong antipathy or even hatred among each other. This black mark has never left Yugoslavs free, and they were never able to forget what happened thanks to their nationalist leaders, for sure, not to Tito. And Serbs were always alarmed and concerned if Ustašism rises again, and Croats were always concerned of being subordinated again by the Serbs. This may be similar for Cyprus too. This time, British played on Cyprus' differences and motivated them to position in different conflicting camps, as you could remember, in 1950s. And the memories of what happened during the 1950s, 63, 67, and 74 has never left Cypriots free. Turkish Cypriots do not forget the period where the Greek side was much stronger, and Greek Cypriots do not forget the period in 1974 when the Turkish side becomes stronger. So Turks are concerned, not all for sure, but Turks are concerned if left alone, they could be massacred again by the Greek Cypriots. And on the other hand, Greek Cypriots is concerned if Turkey captures the whole island with its superior military power. And they are afraid of the guarantee agreement's renewal for sure. And at the end, these bad historical events are still the main determinant in the negotiations on federation in Cyprus. And another issue is related to disproportionate representation, which is the main characteristic of the federations And it was also problematic in both cases. While the Serbs and Greek Cypriots demanded representation in proportion with their population, Croats and Turkish Cypriots demanded over-representation for themselves. And this proportionate representation was found unjust by Serbs and Greeks as well, which caused an erosion of legitimacy. This is still one of the most problematic topics of Cyprus negotiations today. And nations of former Yugoslavia and Cyprus do not agree on the reasons of the conflict or the dissolution as well. For instance, for the mainstream Croat writers, it is the Serb aggression driven by the Serbian national character. And for the Serb writers, it's the conspiracy of the Catholic West towards Orthodox Serbs. And it was a separatist movement for them. Both sides claimed that their acts were reactional. And Serb claimed Yugoslavia was an anti-Serb system created by Croat Tito, and Croat saw it as a Serb-dominated anti-Croat system. And Kosovo Albanians saw the structure where non-Slavs were treated as second-class citizens. Similarly, none of the Cypriot parties were happy about the 1960 Cyprus Federation. Orthodox Greek Cypriots saw it as an unjust structure where Muslim Turks gained much more than they deserved with the help of pro-Turkish and anti-Orthodox US. And like Bosniaks or Albanians, Turks believed that they were treated as a second-class citizen by Greeks. For them, Greeks never wanted to live equally with Turks, so they wanted to break the system at the first opportunity. But for the Greek Cypriots, Turks never wanted the system to work, and in order to demand partition, they consciously sabotaged the system. And if you come to the leadership, as Dushašek stated, for a working federation, the leader of the federal system should have a federal way of thinking, mentality, and federal spirit. And 74 constitution to Yugoslavia brought a very complex system. And right after Tito's death, system started to shake. And complex systems needs gifted and capable leaders. If again, a very complex system would be built in Cyprus in order to answer all the demands and parameters of the parties, it is certain that it won't work without a capable leader, or it will collapse after his death. Even though Tito and Makarios were the prominent names of the non-aligned movement and close friends as well, their manners were quite different. Tito was a Croat and Slovene, but he never favored Croats and Slovenes over the others. He even strongly suppressed the Croat separatist movements. However, I believe Makarios couldn't show the same virtue. He couldn't play the arbitrator role, instead worked in favor of Greek dominance over Turks. There is no single decision I found of him in history in favor of Turkish demands over the Greeks. Had the Yugoslav nations or Cypriots had more responsible political leaders, the chain of events might have been different, I believe. So how much federal mind the Cypriot leaders have will also be determinant for the future Cypriot state's fortune. As I'm coming to end, the equality or at least proximity between the parties in population and also wealth is substantial for healthy federation. And Elazar, for instance, very important name for the federation works, evaluates this kind of inequality as the main reason for the collapse of federations. And this inequality existed in both Yugoslavia and Cyprus. For instance, in 1970s, a widening gap of economic sources between the developed and underdeveloped regions of Yugoslavia severely deteriorated the federation's unity. And the rich Slovenia and Croatia were unhappy how their money was transferred to the others, and they didn't want to lift the burden of the poor regions anymore. Same kind of distress was valid for Cyprus too. And since Greek Cypriots are still wealthier than the Turkish Cypriots, in the upcoming Cyprus Federation, the same problem that Yugoslav and Cypriots face realize. In the first years especially, EU, donor organizations, and the motherlands should support the convergence of the economies, I believe. For sure, there are much more to say, which could take hours. However, due to the time limit, I would like to stop here and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Altuğ Hocam, for this intriguing, actually, the discussion about the ontology of federation, actually, because you compared the case in Yugoslavia and in Cyprus, and then of course you also compare from different sides, what does it mean, the federation mean for the Greek Cypriots, for the Turkish Cypriots. So it's a very comparative analysis, thank you. But at the same time, we also ask you if it is possible to share your notes with us, especially with Professor Charalampakis, because he couldn't hear you because of some technical, internet connection problems. So maybe...
Yes, I would love to.
Yeah, okay. So can you do it maybe now? Because Professor, you would like to have it now, or it's okay after?
It would not be possible for me to send now because I don't have prepared notes actually.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. So, but I will make a summary for him, and I will do it now actually while trying to listen at the other participants.
Okay. So Professor Charalampakis, do you still have a connection problem, internet connection problem? Can you hear us now?
We'll see. But I had him. I had that, and I have some. Yes, I took some notices. Would you like to present my presentation now? It's okay. You have
of
made
course,
me.
we can continue with your presentation, but before that, I would like to also introduce you. So, Professor Charalampakis Sardanidis. So he studied political science at the Department of Political Science, University of Athens, BA, European Studies, Master of Science and International Relations, PhD at the London School of Economics and Political Science. He taught at the Pantheon University as an assistant professor during the period of 1987-1993, University of Piraeus, Harakopio University,
Okay.
University of Athens and the Hellenic
No,
Open.
I have still some problems, but it doesn't matter. Well, I shall
okay.
continue. If you have finished.
I can, okay, I will just maybe the last part, then I will give the floor to you, hopefully with a good, better internet. So he's currently now a professor at the Department of Mediterranean Studies, University of the Aegean. I actually would like to underline this part because we are, our universities are name siblings because Ege University in Izmir and University of the Aegean in Rhodes. So that's really something I always like a lot. And he is also the director of the Institute of International Economic Relations. He teaches at the Open University of Greece and at the Neapolis University, Paphos, author of 12 books and co-editor of 9. So articles of Dr. Sardanidis have appeared in the Journal of Common Market Studies, Journal of European Integration, European Foreign Affairs Review, and many other well-respected journals. So I would like to give the floor to Professor Charalampakis Sardanidis now. I hope your internet came back with full reception.
There are some problems, but I hope that we shall manage.
Yes.
May I share the PowerPoint? I'm okay to. I'm
yes,
ready
please.
to
Thank
upload.
You.
Okay. Do you see it?
Yes.
So
yes,
if there is some problems, you have at least my PowerPoint presentation.
Everything is fine now. We hear you. We see it. So the floor is yours.
Okay. Let's hear. Let's see. First of all, about presenting my contribution on EU-Cyprus relationship from the point of view of the European Union. There are two truths. One is from Gerald Johnston, nothing changed more.
Oh, I am actually having problems about hearing you.
I think very relative to the Cyprus problem because concepts and perceptions which exist
Professor,
between both communities. Do you hear me, or there are some
I mean,
gaps
it's
in my
coming and
voice?
going. How about, I mean, what about for the others? Can you hear the professor? It's a little bit difficult. Maybe we can actually postpone your presentation and cross our fingers for a better reception after the Vakur SÜMER's talk. Maybe we can wait a little bit and trust our luck. Okay, your microphone is off now, Professor. There's no sound. No, maybe it's the internet. It sometimes does it actually. Okay, so I guess it's really about the internet here. So let's wait a little bit more to hear the great sentences and words of Sardanidis for now. And okay, so Professor, you are talking, I can see, but we cannot hear you. I'm really so sorry about this. Okay.
Now,
so,
do you hear me?
Now we hear you.
Yes, but...
Okay. Yeah, if you also...
Okay, sorry for that. It was perfect. It
Yeah,
seems
okay.
that there are some problems.
Maybe
Anyway,
we can... Okay.
famous novelist, Greek poet, said every event we're telling have taken place, but nothing took place the way we're saying it. I know there's some still problems, huh? I have some... Hello?
Professor, it's really, we
do you
cannot
hear
hear
me?
you. So
No?
let's really maybe let's keep you wait a little bit more and hope for a better connection.
Yes.
Maybe it's better to continue with Vakur SÜMER for now, and we will come back to you. Is it okay, Professor Sardanidis? Okay, I guess yes. Yeah, I cannot see him actually on the screen now. Probably he was dropped. That's a pity. Let's hope that he will be back soon. But let's, of course, now give the floor to our distinguished participant, Vakur SÜMER, at this point. So Vakur SÜMER is the associate professor who has received his PhD on international relations from Middle East Technical University in Ankara. He is now a faculty member at Department of International Relations.
That's good, yes.
At Selçuk University, Konya in Turkey. He has also worked as a...
I have problems, sorry about that. You could continue with the other.
Okay. Actually, my idea is to actually give the floor to Vakur SÜMER, and maybe after that we can give a break, and this can, of course, give us some more time for trusting the luck this time, and then in the second session we can start with you. Okay, so he has worked as a postdoctoral fellow at the Vakur SÜMER, has worked as a postdoctoral fellow at the Global Research Institute at University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill in US.
You could continue with the other speaker, please, because the connection, I'm going.
Yeah.
I shall come back, okay?
Okay, I understand that actually I mean, his talks are actually coming with a delay. That's why we are having this actually a little bit non-synchronized talk here. So he is sorry, as a visiting scholar at the Department of Environmental Science and Policy, University of California, Davis, again in the US. And Sümer has been a researcher at Max Planck Institute in Heidelberg, Germany in 2012. And for the time being, Dr. Sümer is the director of Eurasian Research Institute at Ahmet Yassawi University in Kazakhstan. So we are now ready and looking forward to listen to dear Dr. Sümer. So the floor is yours, Vakur.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aslı. It has been a pleasure to be here with you all, and I want to thank for your kind invitation. And I also congratulate you on this wonderful organization, together with Professor Hürsoy, and I also congratulate the whole department of you. Warm greetings from Almaty, Kazakhstan, from the Eurasian Research Institute of Hoca Ahmet Yassawi, International Turkish Kazakh University. Actually, I am not an expert on Cyprus issues in general, but rather I am a student of the water issues in the Eastern Mediterranean and also climate change issues, which are the common problems actually for all of the people of the basin at large, including Cyprus at the center of it actually. And as an island, Cyprus has a lot of problems in terms of water, as we know, and emergent problems in terms of climate change as well. In order to deal with these two issues, to actually adapt to climate change and to improve the water situation in the island, Turkey came up an extraordinary idea of a water transfer in 2015. Actually, it was a long project, but it was only possible to build the project by in the first half of the 2010s. So the professor who spoke first aptly put that Cyprus issue is a wicked problem. I also use this term for water problems in general as well, because there are so many interests involved in this issue. There is not a single once and for all solution. It should be a very hybrid and a compound set of solutions maybe we are looking for. So, and it is also applicable for water scarcity and also climate change, definitely. It is even more difficult than the water scarcity itself, and it does not know any borders. And some things, even in Egypt, for example, can have an impact on Cyprus. We have seen lots of dust storms appearing in Cyprus because of the pressure differences in the Egyptian territories. So the last segment of the pipeline connecting Cyprus to Anatolia, especially particularly after several million years of its separation from Anatolia, was put into place in August 2015. Apart from this symbolic importance of some kind of a unification in terms of physically, this water transfer from Turkey to Cyprus will have significant ramifications in social, political, as well as economic aspects of life of the whole Cyprus, and even in the wider neighborhood of the island as well. I would like to evaluate the project's fundamental specifications as well as the possible effects, because some of the effects have been seen, but some will be seen in the upcoming years and even decades. Of course, the water transfers are not seen as panaceas in water resources literature, because they should be the last resort in terms of solving the water problems, because they are supply-oriented solutions, which are generally which do not have enough capability to stop or satiate the need for extra water. So it always creates for more demand for water. So it is not the ideal solution for water problems, I should say first. So Cyprus is, as we all know, the third largest island in the Mediterranean. The island is politically divided into two states, as we all know, Greek Cypriot administration in the south and the Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus in the north. And while approximately 2/3 of the island is controlled by the Greek Cypriots, 1/3 is under Turkish Cypriot control. And the total population of the island is about 1 million these days. Cyprus is a water-scarce island. The average precipitation is around 500 millimeters per year. And this is also occurring with great variability in terms of location as well as time. So there is no even distribution in terms of time and location. So that is to say, and also there are huge variations interannually as well, not only in the year itself, but also inter-years. So prolonged droughts with precipitations below 300 millimeters per year exacerbate the water problem in the island. For example, in 2008, when Cyprus suffered its 4th consecutive year of low rainfall and drought, the situation reached a critical level, especially in the summer months, and the water was shipped to the island from Greece using tankers in order to ease the island's crisis. So the crisis also applies for the water situation in the island as well, not only political, economic, but also this environmental mostly, but also it affects all aspects of life, definitely. So in addition, the Cypriot government was forced to apply emergency measures, including the cutting of domestic supplies by nearly 1/3. It has also been recorded that the annual precipitation figures are gradually falling in the last 4 decades. So the climate change is evident in the island. Hüseyin Gökçekuş, the then vice rector at the Near East University in the Turkish sector of Nicosia, and the general coordinator for water in Northern Cyprus Ministry of Agriculture and Natural Resources, has commented on the issue that precipitation decreased by more than a quarter over the last 96 years. So more than a quarter for a semi-arid island is too much, actually. And the groundwater is also being extensively used and resulting in an annual deficit of 14 million cubic meters. And this is also huge for the size of Cyprus. And sea intrusion, the saline water intrusion, is quite common around the coastal aquifers. And according to Gökçekuş again, this is because of excessive water pumping from the wells, and nearly 92% of water in the Turkish part of the island is coming from groundwaters. This was before 2015, before the water transfer, of course. And due to arid climate, furthermore, evapotranspiration consumes as much as 80% of the total annual precipitation. This is in the form of rain, of course. Precipitation includes rain and snow, but for the Cyprus, this is mostly definitely the rain. So 80% is absorbed by evapotranspiration. So evaporation and the transpiration of the plants. So as a rule, of course, irrigation is necessary from late spring to late autumn to sustain crop production. And around half of the island's territory is arable land. One of the most agriculturally important parts is the central plains of Mesauria, covering some 2,500 square kilometers. Agriculture is, without doubt, the biggest user of the water in the island. And following agriculture, tourism is the second biggest water using sector. There have been various approaches in order to tackle with the water scarcity in the island. Desalination is one of these solutions, particularly in the Greek part of the island, while Turkish Cypriots are now beginning to rely on Turkey for fresh water. The Greek Cypriots are building lots of desalination plants in order to improve their water balance. And conditions of aridity and frequent droughts have, for a long period of time, put a pressure on Cypriots to use their waters wisely. So demand management techniques have always been on the table of options to use water more efficiently. In addition to this general setting, implementation of the European Union's Water Framework Directive has provided a further impetus for the Greek Cypriots to develop demand management solutions in managing their water resources. a cost recovery focused water pricing is one of the most notable improvements in this respect. And it should be noted that the power of the WFD, the Water Framework Directive solutions, lies in its strong advocacy of demand management policies rather than supply augmentation. It also focuses more on the quality-related aspects of water resources, which seems to be somewhat disregarded in dry areas like Cyprus. So considering the positive effects of the WFD, it should be highly recommended, I believe, for Turkish Cypriots to start exploring possible ways of implementing the WFD norms and principles, which seems to be a complete package for effective water management, regardless of the political processes about the Cyprus issue. So, of course, we all know this, the details of these political problems. So, out of the island, water transfers were also tried in recent history. For example, the so-called Medusa bags, which are somewhat cubic bags which can hold tons of waters, were used in the late 1990s with limited success. Carrying of bulk water via tankers was also utilized, and water transfers through these options were discontinued mainly because of the high costs and difficulties related to technical aspects of the chosen projects. Despite this, in emergency conditions, water transfers through tankers are still being realized on an ad hoc basis. So when we look more closely to the water transfer from Turkey through the pipeline, the idea dates back, as I said, to early 1990s. One of the alternatives was transferring water to Cyprus through a permanent pipeline, appeared in 1990s, as I said, and the pipeline project at that time was not seen as a priority because of its high cost. It was denounced because of its high cost and the popularity of other options as low cost and technically more feasible alternatives. But the rise of the financial power of the Turkish government, so to speak, in the first half of the 2000s and actually the second half of the 2000s as well, it created an enabling environment where feasibility studies demonstrated a positive outlook for the project. Also, exploration of natural gas and oil reserves in the seas surrounding the island has triggered a reprisal of the project from the Turkish perspective. And of course, if it has been achieved, it would be a prestige boost for Turkey and Turkish construction sector to achieve a novel concept of water transfer through buoyant pipes. So an expert from the Turkish General Directorate of State Hydraulic Works has reportedly said that the pipeline will be first of its kind, and such a suspended subsea pipeline of this size doesn't exist in the world. So starting at Anamur, Mersin, Turkey, at the Mediterranean coast, the project reaches Geçitköy in Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus after crossing across the sea at a depth of 250 meters. A number of dams and pumping stations have been constructed in both Turkey and Cyprus. Perhaps as its most important feature, approximately 80 kilometers of the project is the Mediterranean subsea crossing, which is achieved through 1,600 millimeters diameter HDPE, so polyethylene pipelines, plastic pipelines actually, which are environmentally safe and also safe for human consumption, for water and other liquids as well. And each segment of the pipeline is 500 meters. So, and unlike conventional undersea pipelines, which carry oil and natural gas in steel pipes, the authorities in Cyprus water transfer project needed to utilize a special technique this time. This is because of the basic fact, physical fact, that the density of fresh water is lighter than seawater, making it impossible to place HDPE, this polyethylene pipes, on the seabed. It is impossible. Instead, pipes are placed with suspenders that are installed 250 meters below the sea level and fixed to the seabed through tethers, the fixers. This innovative and experimental character of the project also created a wave of criticisms as well, mainly based on environmental risk scenarios. The mentioned dangers of this kind of a project included sinking vessels, for example, earthquakes, tsunamis, and submarine traffic in the area. However, at that time, authorities assured that all risks have been studied meticulously and necessary precautions, including mounting sensors and transmitters for possible, at the time of possible damage, are taken. According to an expert, again from the DSI, the State Hydraulic Works of Turkey, the level of 250 meters is deliberately chosen in order to avoid submarine traffic. It has been apparent from the modern history of the island that there is a high level of mistrust between communities in Cyprus, which seems to be one of the biggest stumbling blocks against further cooperation in any area, including water cooperation, unfortunately. The official Turkish rhetoric at the time concerning the project was to be supportive of peace. So this project, according to Turkish perspective, will be supportive of peace. And but on the other hand, most of the Greek views are not so sure with this, about this. So for instance, according to a news agency, people in the south of the island believe that once water reaches northern Cyprus, the property value of the TRNC will rise. And in the case of a solution being found to the Cyprus problem, the Turkish Cypriots will demand more money for the return of their lands. Another concern was the agricultural competition that will also become harder from the Greek perspective. That is to say, with water from Turkey, crop yields will increase, prices will decrease, the cost will decrease, of course, and Turkish Cypriots will become able to compete more fiercely with Greek farmers. And finally, for many Greek Cypriots in the island, water transfer from Anatolia is another move from Turkey aimed at strengthening its occupation in northern Cyprus. Through this way, in Greek Cypriots' view, Turkey tries to increase the dependency of Cyprus to Turkey. And Greek Cypriots generally reach the conclusion that this project will make unification of Cyprus more difficult. So in such a context, Greek Cypriots intensified their efforts to augment water supply through desalination. So until now, we do not have noticeable mentioning of any intention to share the water coming from Turkey. And probably in the foreseeable future, this trend will continue as well. Greek Cypriots generally do not want to use Turkish waters, something which they can see as making them more dependent on Turkish Cypriots and more importantly on Turkey. And for many Greek Cypriots, it would be almost unacceptable to live with knowing that their tap is controlled by Turkish hands far away. On the other hand, there are also technical limits because the Turkish official rhetoric was somewhat exaggerating the impact of water that was transferred from Turkey to Cyprus, but this is not the case in reality. The technical limitations, the amount of water, for example, which is transferred is around 75 million cubic meters per year. Of course, this figure appears to be substantial considering the size of the Turkish side of the island, both in terms of area and in terms of population, but it is not enough to fill the gap in the water budget in the island as a whole. And considering the intensive water use in the locomotive sector, or that is to say tourism in the island, the amount can only satiate the non-agricultural uses, because agriculture use is the biggest, but it is not like 80%, 90% like we have seen in most of the arid countries. It is less than that. Tourism is another important sector. So despite the positive attitude from Turkey, it would be technically unrealistic to expect provision of water from this project to South Cyprus unless an increase in amount of water pumped from Turkey is realized. And of course, apart from political issues, the project has faced some criticisms from environmental NGOs, including those on the Danner Basin problems. So they asked simply, what about the Dragon River in the Turkish Anatolian Peninsula? So it is giving some 75 million cubic meters of its water, but the Turkish authorities at the time said it is only 10% of the flow of the river, so it is not a big deal. And resettlement at dam sites, this was also one of the issues. This is environmental, but also a sociological issue. And the risks of wasteful water use associated with water supply projects in general, actually. So, as to the Danner Basin problems, as I said, the Dragon River is not under danger so far. We do not see big problems in the Danner Basin hitherto, but of course, environmental problems are slow occurring, or slow processes. So it is yet to be seen. Less than a decade has only passed. But of course, the anticipated risks of climate change and temporal changes in water resources in the basin should be monitored carefully all the time. With respect to resettlement issues, the resettled people have actually benefited from the dam, from the official Turkish view, and also they will have a chance to farm some of the 4,000 hectares of newly irrigated area in Mersin province in Turkey. So the farmers in Turkish side will benefit from that, from the Turkish view, and also estimated production of 26 megawatts of electricity will be an additional benefit. Of course, NGOs have also warned that this type of projects generally do increase the water demand, water need, rather than satisfying them. So actually new water supplies are not the best solutions or incentives for water saving. There is a big potential for water saving in the island, actually. So instead of investing lots of monies in such projects, they recommended that, they suggested investing more in educational issues or water saving techniques, recycle, reduce, and reuse paradigms, etc. So of course, as we can see, there is not a single solution that can easily solve these kind of wicked problems, so to say. And it is also more related with the climate change issues, because we cannot be sure about the fate of the Dragon River, which is the source of the water that is being transferred from Turkey to Cyprus. We cannot be so sure about its fate in the upcoming decades, because the whole Mediterranean basin is under threat in terms of water scarcity. In Central Asia, just to give an example, for example, around a quarter of the glaciers have been lost in the last 50 years. Half a century, quarter of the glaciers has been lost. So the Taurus Mountains in Anatolia is also under threat in terms of climate change and reduced precipitation. So, of course, this exaggerated and hasty rhetoric has little in explaining complex issues like water management in the island and the climate change issues in the island. Of course, this water transfer from Turkey to Cyprus is neither a Trojan horse, as some Greek Cypriots claim, nor it will instantly bring peace to the island, as some Turkish views capitulated. So, of course, as I said before, the Water Framework Directive, which starts in the preamble that water has to be regarded as an heritage, not a commodity, and it should be treated as such. So this is especially true for Cyprus and for all the Eastern Mediterranean. I'm including Greece and Turkey in that regard. So we should be approaching to this water management problems which are beyond our control generally in terms of investments, our economic capabilities. We should rather be focusing more on how to save, how to live with less water actually, and we should take as a model, maybe this is not so optimistic or not sounding good to the ear, but we should take Israel as a model, which actually creates miracles with less than 200 cubic meters of water. So Israel is water poor in any index, in any water scarcity index. For example, Syria has 5 times more water in terms of per capita when compared to Israel, but because it doesn't manage water resources, its water resources efficiently, it suffers more than Israel. Actually, Israel has lots of experience which can export actually to other countries, such as the United States, for example. There's a term in the literature, emergent term, like the Israeli bloom or Israeli spring. In the middle of the desert with very little water resources, they are actually doing great things. So we should be more on the demand management side in the final analysis. And actually, this is the summary of what I want to talk for the time being. I would like to thank again for this wonderful opportunity and this great symposium, and I will be looking forward to seeing the results and also sharing our experiences again in other occasions. You are also always welcome to the Hoca Ahmet Yassawi University and Eurasian Research Institute as one of its branches. And I will be also looking forward to the questions and other comments as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Vakur SÜMER. And let me say that actually I have been to Ahmet Yassawi University in 2014. And it was really an amazing university. I mean, Chim City, and I mean, everything close by, and the food was amazing. People were amazing. I really couldn't forget about those days in Kazakhstan. I guess Altuğ GÜNAL hocam was also there, right?
Uh-huh. And you were Mr. Günal, you were here in 2014, 15, or? Oh.
Okay, I guess he is also having some connection problems. Okay, so Vakur SÜMER, thank you so much. This is actually something that I was really looking forward to hearing, because when we are reading about Cyprus, it's really difficult to find these important topics which are explained in this, political sense, because water is actually the most important liquid, even more than the gas. That's how we survive, that's how we live, and it's substantial for every part. And in this aspect, of course, what you are also telling us made me to think more about securitization of water to some extent for both sides. So for one side, it's, as you already said, that it can, given as a peace, way of peace, which can be an exaggeration too much. And for the other, it can be a Trojan horse. It's also an exaggeration on its own. So maybe this water management issue can be actually a platform for a joint, movement and finding a way which is a way for the solution of a problem which is crucial for the island. So I'm really looking forward to discuss think about these points.
Aslı hocam, Vakur Hoca asked me something, but I was down. I couldn't hear him. I'm sorry for that. I also have problems with the internet, so I couldn't hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was asking when you were here in Kazakhstan.
2012 and 2013, as much as I can remember.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there has been.
Hope to see you again there. Yeah.
Hope to see you again soon too. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. And I also read that Professor Charalampos is also okay with the internet connection. Can you hear us, Professor?
Yes, it seems that it's running smoothly now.
Sure. That's great. But let's give a short break and then continue with you if it is all right.
Yes.
Okay.
For 10 minutes.
10
How
minutes
long?
of break, everybody.
The break, how long?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay.
10 minutes, yes. We cannot, I mean, it's the, yes.
Hello again.
Hello, Professor. So it's so nice to hear you. Maybe if you let me, I can finish actually what oh, sorry, I already introduced you. Now I remember. Yes, I guess now I can give the floor to you and we are looking forward to hearing you. Okay. Yes, Professor.
You can see the PowerPoint.
Yes, we can see it. We can hear you. Yes.
Yeah, I have two quotations, which I think could give some light of what is happening for so long time in the Cyprus problem, about the perceptions and the misperceptions. And the second one, it's about every event from George Ferris we are telling have taken place, but nothing took place the way we are saying it. So that means, I think, and express the difficulties of the Cyprus problem for so long time. And before coming to my topic about the EU involvement in the Cyprus problem, I would say that there are some permanent characteristics of the Cyprus problem. First of all, it lasts too long. From the 1950s, which of course, there are other conflicts which exist, like the Arab-Israeli conflict or the Taiwan Straits problem, but it's too long. The second refers to a small territory. Actually, it's not a territorial problem, but it has to do with the national identities of both the Greekness and the Turkish identity, which exist in the whole Aegean Sea, including the Eastern Mediterranean. So that includes also the Greek Cypriot and the Turkish Cypriot national identity. The other thing is that too many factors have played role. I mean, not only the mother, Greece or Turkey, but also it has been also mentioned by Rousseau. It has been involved the United States, the Soviet Union then, and now Russia, the European states, the United Kingdom as a guardian power. Domestic also factors play a role. And finally, the external dynamics, as powerful as the domestic ones, are continuing and are playing a very important role. What the developments in the whole region, I mean. For example, what is happening now in Eastern Mediterranean, which is the role of its connection with the Persian Gulf, which is the role of the United States and of Turkey's role, which emerges as a potential power in the Eastern Mediterranean. So one of them, the European Union was one of the factors which tried to play a role, however, not a successful one. So this is about what I see as the problem, the permanent problem. And let me now turn to the EU and the Cyprus problem. You see here in this cartoon how could see Turkey's relationship with the European Union, which due also to the Cyprus problem, not entirely due to the Cyprus problem, but one of the difficulties is Cyprus, of course. So let's see now first the historical context. I divide the historical context in the following periods. The first one, from 1971, I start the history when Cyprus has applied to have a special association agreement with the then European community. And then it seems that the Cyprus problem during this period, when Cyprus signed the association agreement until 1974, the Cyprus problem was not a real issue. I remember during the negotiations, there were some, let's say, objections by the Turkish community and more than from Turkey. But then the Turkish Cypriots realized, the Turkish Cypriot community realized very well that it will benefit from the association agreement, especially as far as the agricultural sector is concerned. So the Cyprus problem, although it was an issue, it was not a real issue for the conclusions of the negotiations. The problem starts, of course, with the developments in 1974, with the coup d'etat of the Greek junta against Makarios, and then with the intervention of Turkey in July and August. In 1974, the European political cooperation, which was trying to coordinate the foreign policy of the member states, it was before having the common external policy, especially under the presidency of the French foreign minister Sauvagnac, tried to coordinate its actions with the British and with the United States. As the outcome was that there was a ceasefire in the end of August between the two opposing parties. And this was one of the few, let's say, successes of the European political cooperation at that time, because they had a lot of difficulties to coordinate the member states, their foreign policy. From then on, from August 1974 to 1983, this is the third phase of EC involvement in the Cyprus problem. There was a period of indifference. The member states were very satisfied to give up, even the United Kingdom, its responsibility for the Cyprus problem, and to give up their role in order for a solution to be found by the United Nations. The General Secretary is offering his good offices, and especially with the United States, sometimes with the British, which have proposed a plan for a solution. So the European consider this as a potatoes matters, and they didn't want to be involved in the Cyprus problem. So going to the period of 1983-1995, which is a period when the Cyprus Republic signed a customs union agreement with the European Union. The EC, and especially in 1983, because it was the unilateral declaration of independence of Northern Cyprus, categorically condemned this, like the United Nations, and nobody recognized Northern Cyprus, with exception, of course, of Turkey. It condemned it as invalid, but actually the European Union was not involved in any attempt for a solution, with the exception, of course, of the United Kingdom. The most interesting part, I think, for the involvement of the European Union in the Cyprus problem, I'm not speaking, of course, about the EU-Cyprus relationship as far as the economic matters is concerned and the customs union. I'm talking about the Cyprus problem, was the period 1995-2004, when Cyprus decided to apply for a membership. And then the problem appeared to the member states because they had the problem with the Turkish relationship, and over above, it appeared the Cyprus problem because they don't want to reject the application of Cyprus, although some member states, they tried to connect it with other issues, but and with the Cyprus problem, like the Netherlands, for example, where there was a discussion, or like the Germany. But on the other hand, finally, because Greece was a member state of the European Union, was able to make it is an advantage of being a member of a member states, because you can link the issue of Cyprus application with other issues. So due to that, the Greek diplomacy managed linking the problem with other issues, and also with the issue of the enlargement, to persuade the member states that the Cyprus problem is not actually a problem, but there will be a chance of solving it through the membership. So the European Union understood that by this way, perhaps they find a solution of the Cyprus problem with the coordination of the United States, but also, of course, with Annan plans which proposed. Although in Helsinki 1999, Greece managed to link the Turkish application and the Cyprus problem, and the member states decided that there will be any difficulties for Cyprus whatsoever to become a member state unless there is a process for negotiating a solution. But as you know, there was a change in the administration of the Republic of Cyprus, and the Annan plans never materialized, as the majority of the Greek Cypriots were not persuaded that the solution through the Annan plans is a good solution for them, given that they have already, the membership of Cyprus has been locked. There was no problem of not Cyprus being a member of the European Union. So I don't know if this was a victory for the Greek Cypriots, because many member states and many supporters of Cyprus in the European Union, especially in the European Parliament, were disappointed by the Greek Cypriot position. But on the other hand, soon after the membership of the full member states, they were disappointed also by the Turkish stance, which had not recognized the Cyprus Republic, which was under its obligations of the association agreement between EU and Turkey. So because there was no any solution, Cyprus managed as a full member to continue its policy and finding ways of solving the problem and opening negotiations through the intercommunal talks. And now, of course, there are different positions about a federal state. First of all, there was no federal state, and there is no federal state in Cyprus. In 1963, there was only an intercommunal unitary state with different rights, not as a minority or for the Turkish Cypriots, but as a community. Some Greek Cypriots still does not understand this difference, because the Greek Republic was a bi-communal state, not a federation, but a bi-communal, with some special rights to the Turkish Cypriot, autonomous rights for education, so on and so forth. Now, let me see what are the most important factors that still play an important role from the perception from the European Union point of view. The European Union is not a union, actually, as you know, because the member states play an important role and coordinating although there is a presidency and the High Commissioner for foreign policy, the member states play the most important role for the outcome of the common foreign policy. And of course, there is not a common position for many issues, not only about the Cyprus problem, but they agree, at least the member states, to some let's say, very important issues. The first one is that like in the United States, that the official state, the state which is recognized, is only the Cyprus Republic. So there is a problem here for the Turkish Cypriot community, because they need to be legitimized to become a member, official member of the international community. So the most important, let's say, means which the Greek Cypriot administration has its own disposal is exactly that it is recognized as the Republic of Cyprus. So in order to abandon that, they have to take something else, security, because the problem for them is security. I don't deny that also this problem exists for the Turkish Cypriot community, given what happened between 1963, since 1963 and 1974. So this is which the European Union insists on that, for that this is the state which is recognized. The second factor is about Turkey, which is a very important state in the region. It has a role in the Eastern Mediterranean, and also is a candidate state for membership. But many states in the European Union, they are not considered Turkey as a candidate state for various reasons. One is a Cyprus problem. And of course, they cover the denial for the admission of Turkey due to the Cyprus problem. But I think for some member states, there are other issues which play a most important role. And this is that Turkey is too big to be absorbed. And some member states do not deny this. So it is convenient for them to say that we're insisting on this policy of a unitary state in Cyprus, a federation, a bi-zonal federation, and not other option. This is the second point which the European Union is insisting on, at least officially. So they consider Turkey for the time being as a problem and not part of the solution of the Cyprus problem. I'm not saying about all of the member states, because there are other member states like Spain which are following a different position. Third, the third factor is the policy of specific member states in the Eastern Mediterranean. I have also mentioned one, but also there are other states like France, for example, which after the withdrawal of the United Kingdom from the European Union tries to become a very important factor in the Eastern Mediterranean. So it tries to build up some alliances in this region. And one of them is, of course, Greece and Cyprus as well, and Egypt as well. So we could find that some member states try to fill the United States vacuum, if there is a vacuum from the United States side, in order to accumulate more power in the region, and by this way also to influence the developments in the European Union as a whole, especially under the presidency of Macron. But there are also other states which would like to play a role in the Greek dispute, like Germany. But Germany, unfortunately, despite the fact that it is the strongest state in the European Union, economically speaking, is in a transition period nowadays. And on the other hand, does not like to take political initiatives because of its past, does not like to be considered as a political leader of the European Union. He's a reluctant hegemon, let's say, if I might use this term. The fourth fact is, of course, what is the role of the European Union in the energy security issues, and especially for the delimitation of the maritime zones. And by this way, the European Union adopted a policy which is not in accordance with what Turkey is doing in the Eastern Mediterranean in two specific issues, and also has imposed some sanctions against Turkey. The first limited sanctions, however, is that they deny as invalid and illegal the memorandum of Turkey with Libya and the delimitation of the zones between themselves. The second point, which still exists, is that all the exercises of Turkey and sending the warships in the continental shelf, the maritime of Cyprus, which Cyprus considers itself as legitimate aid, they see that this is our illegal actions. They consider it as illegal actions, and of course, they're insisting on this issue. So there is some kind of policy on this issue of energy security by the European Union. The other thing which is most very important, I think, is what is the role of the European Union in the intercommunal talks. I think it is not very important as it used to be during the negotiations of Cyprus admissions and the Annan plans where the European Union was involved, and also, I think, played a constructive role in order to find some solutions about the application of the EU law in the Turkish North Cyprus federal state, if there was a bizonal federal state. It was very active at that time and tried to find this way out. But nowadays, I think, again, it considered this is a matter of the United Nations, and also they have also the idea that perhaps behind the scenes, the United States, and this is the seventh point, the EU coordination with the United States in order to see if it's possible to find a common ground in the intercommunal talks, which of course we know all these years that are taking place, despite the chances which existed, there are many, let's say, problems for both communities, and even from the Greek Cypriots community, which I don't think, I'm not sure if the policy is very clear. It means, for me, it's not very clear. But we could come back in the question, Tom, if we want to clarify this. And finally is the European Union and the Turkish Cypriot community. From the beginning, during the 1970s, the European Union and the European community has adopted a line on that the benefits of the association agreement should be for both communities. And they tried during the years since 1974 to bring the two communities together by funding some common projects. One was the sewage program in Nicosia. This was due to the funding of the European Union in order to contribute to a process of bringing the two communities together. So let's, excuse me. So in order to say some things as a conclusion about the European Union, I think that the European Union should not be very proud of its involvement in the Cyprus problem. Generally speaking, looking at the whole period since 1970, tried to avoid the problem, and it was involved in the problem only when it was pressed to do that, or there was a necessity to do that, like of dealing with the Cyprus application. So what about the future now, and what kind of a solution? Shall we have a federal bizonal state? This is the option which the European Union is in favor of. But do the two communities, despite the declarations, even the Turkish Cypriot community and the Greek Cypriot community are in favor? There was the Turkish Cypriot community, because now its official stance has changed, wants to a federal bizonal state. What kind of bizonal state? And this is going to the second one, a co-federal bizonal state, although some of the speakers have analyzed that. So I'm not entering in this, but it is for sure that the Greek Cypriots want a strong federal state, and because although there are some Greek Cypriots that they're considering that a loose federal bizonal state could help to solve the problems of a federal state. If there is autonomous, the things, the social things, the education things, or even police, a lot of responsibilities go to the Turkish state, federal state. This perhaps will not be a problem of conflict in a federal level. But they only deny a biregional state which will have the meaning of a confederation, because there is a clear difference between confederation and a federation. Another option is a velvet separation, two independent states that the Greeks perhaps will take land for peace, in other words, that they will have some refugees going back to some places like Varossia or to Morpho, I don't know. And so there will be a velvet separation of two independent states, which of course the official Greek Cypriot position denies that. They are strongly in favor of the first one. But we are discussing now about other options. Another option is the annexation of North Cyprus to Turkey, which sometimes we have heard from Turkish side to say some things about that. But I don't believe that the Turkish Cypriots, and I'm not including the Turkish settlers in the North Cyprus, are in favor of such a thing for various reasons. I'm not saying about economic reasons or something like that. Because their option is to become part of the European Union, although they have been disappointed. But what happened in 2004, because the majority of the Turkish Cypriots were looking forward to become citizens of the European Union. Another, theoretically speaking now, is double enosis, double unifications, which is a version of the old Turkish policy of Taksim. Okay, but I'm not sure if this an option, realistically speaking, because at that time, Turkey will have share a common frontier with Greece, not only in the Aegean Sea, but also in the island of Cyprus. And also, I'm not sure if the majority of the Greek Cypriots consider this as their favorite options, despite the fact that others, they dream only enosis, unification to Greece, but not double enosis, which is an anathema for them. So speaking about all these options, I think I have to finish here, and I'm ready to answer your questions if you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sardanidis, for this really enlightening presentation. So it's really good to actually hear everything in a nutshell. So what happened with the Cyprus issue, the factors about it, the actors, and how the EU actually became a part of this issue reluctantly and then turned into an organic part of the issue. So we also heard different possibilities about the political situation of Cyprus from you. So thank you so much. Maybe you can actually stop the sharing screen, or is it only my screen?
I'm trying to do that.
Ah, okay.
But I don't know how.
So if I may actually...
It's okay? My screen sharing is paused?
I can still see your screen actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see how.
Yeah, Zoom can be tricky sometimes. But of course, after...
Maybe if you click on top where it says view options, maybe there will be like something saying stop sharing. Or maybe the host can do it.
Yes, stop share, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. So if I may, actually, I would like to add some, share some of my ideas. So it means that I would like to put my chairing position and then go back to participant position a little bit, if I may. And I would like to talk about identity here, because that's something, identity is actually a term that is like following you everywhere, and you hear and interpret many things into identity. So maybe I am a little bit actually sick about this. So I am hearing lots of identity also today. So identity is, of course, something important for the Cyprus problem here, and it's always on the move. Identity is a concept, it's always on the move, and it is never finished or completely settled, actually. It's always in the making, which is the case for Cyprus. And what we need is to see and understand the social identity here. And when you look into social identity, there are two essential motives for societies, for their social identities. The first one is actually the subjective ambiguity reduction. So people need to actually feel more safe and clear. They don't want to have the ambiguity in their lives. So this is the first motive. And the second one is actually the boosting of self-esteem. So this one, these two essential motives create social identity according to social identity theory. For the case of Cyprus, yes, identity is important, but what is more important is that we need to move beyond the conventional binary approach in Cyprus, the binary between Greek and Turk. Maybe this is what we need here, because things are really complicated in Cyprus, and it cannot be reduced only in these two categories among the communities, and both communities. So of course, this is a big job. It's a challenging task. It's to untangle this complexity. So that's why we need to see different layers of social identity. So it can be both supranational, national, religious, and ethnic layers together. And of course, it's the most mainstream and also conventional approach to identity about Cyprus is that symbolically, prioritizing Greece or Turkey. So these have actually stronger relationships. Actually, this idea has a stronger relationship with the threat idea. So it gives way to reduced trust and more prejudice towards the other community. If the identity is really starting from the mainland identities, actually, the people who are really believing in that way has a more maybe threat feeling. And of course, these ideas can be felt from sentences like, for example, Turkey is the motherhood, or Cyprus is Turkish, or Cyprus is Greek, Greece is the motherhood. So these are actually kind of exclusionary identities, and always, boosting the feeling of threat possibility. And it's of course difficult to change, because these are really, supported by collective memory, main narratives, rituals, and national celebrations. So within this context, of course, can we talk about the Cypriot identity? So not Greek only, not Turk only, but Cypriot identity. So this is also one of the trending concepts, Cypriotism, Cypriot identity. And obviously it is a kind of resistance to the Hellenocentric or Turcocentric views. So it looks like, talking to a civic identity formation or a commitment to a possible joint future. But is it possible? That's what we actually need to understand here. So actually the surveys recently show that there is a shift towards a more Cypriot-centric, mainly for the Turkish part I'm talking now, that there is a more Cypriot-centric Turkish Cypriotness. So it's like, you know, the Turkishness is also supported by the idea of Cypriot-centric recently, especially, I mean, there's this index, Social Cohesion and Reconciliation Index. According to that one, the level is actually rising. And in that index, the representative samples are given the opportunity to choose between different identifications of Cypriot, Turkish, and European. And actually, for the first time, there were more participants identifying themselves as Cypriot, which is 43%, compared to Turkish Cypriots, which is 41%. So which indicates that Cypriot-centric views might be on the rise. So it's like, you know, coming. So it can be something actually changing the identity here. But of course, what we are witnessing here is more than just split of identity, especially the northern Cyprus, because of course there are still some quote-unquote Turks who see themselves as the natural extension of the mainland with their, you know, connections of brothers and sisters in Turkey, and they remain, you know, grateful to the Turkish military and they for saving them. So it's a different connection. It's more like, you know, emotional connection. But of course, in parentheses, we should also say that some Cypriots are actually seeing the Turkish military as an unwelcome power in northern Cyprus at the same time. And there are also some Turks who defensively, that is actually an interesting term here, defensively feel more European and in this way actually more secular and modern. So they are actually also not that much happy with the actually incoming of Turkish migrants coming from the motherland Turkey. So there are also these people living in the northern side. So the identity, I mean, you cannot say that they are not Turks because they are Turks. But at the same time, they have some actually questions in their minds. And also there are, I mean, after this, feeling more Turks, feeling more Europeans. Of course, there are those who emphasize the Cypriot identity over all identities, even including being a Turk. So, and if I'm not mistaken, please correct me if I'm wrong, but there are even some radical forms of this Cypriotism among some Turks who are wearing silver crosses around their necks. To show actually their, you know, connection, even though actually they have no intention whatsoever with being a Christian. So that's a kind of symbol for them. That's a very, I mean, it's a minority, but there are those people. And of course, we also know that there is approximately 80,000 Cypriots from the northern side came and applied for EU passports. It's a big number for a small society like that. So actually, can we say that these people are coming and applying for the EU passport? I mean, the Cyprus passport. Are these people without principles? Are these people rejecting their Turkishness? I mean, the things are not that easy because we need to actually think more pragmatically here. So sometimes identity should also be understood with some pragmatic terms. And also psychological terms, by the way, because the psychological issues which make actually Turkish Cypriot to question their identities are important, especially the trauma and devastating history because these are actually both sides, both communities have big trauma and, you know, in their histories, like, so for the northern side, it can be about, you know, the 1960s period when the Cypriot Turks were outnumbered, and then they were forced to live in enclaves. I mean, that can be the trauma, the turning point or breaking point for them in their, minds. But for the Greek side, it can be, of course, the, you know, landing of the Turkish army on Cyprus in 1974, and always the possibility of dividing the island into two. So both sides have their trauma. So the memories of victimization, actually. So both sides have, they are feeling victimized. And the official narratives, of course, are always disseminated through, the societies or over the societies. But at the same time, I guess we also need to understand that these memories of victimization does not last as we expected, because the transgenerational transmission of massive social trauma is mostly denied or repressed, because people are sometimes really done with carrying that heavy burden, because this is a burden that they inherit from the older generations. But sometimes people would like to actually change their societies, the way that they are living. So also they are hungry for, you know, easy ways of living. And on that note, I would like to mention our article with Dilek LATİF, which is going to be published in Mediterranean Politics soon. It's different than us, reciprocal perceptions of the societies in Turkey and North Cyprus. And in this study, we explore the reciprocal perceptions, main tendencies, prejudices, and expectations of the societies in Turkey and North Cyprus. And we also, had a semi-structured interviews with 160 people. And actually, this is not the main result, what I'm going to say here, but one of the side results which really made me very excited to read, or it was something counter-initiative result. So according to this finding, the age groups in both societies, Turkey and North Cyprus, are very important as a variable, because the young people of Northern Cyprus, they pursue the northern part as a petit Europe due to its political climate, social life, and liberal society. So they prefer closer relationships with Europe rather than with Turkey. I guess this is interesting to see, because the country is changing, the society is changing, and they are asking for peace, they are asking for stability. And another survey, which is also, it's a Moreno method used survey. According to this one, the societies were asked the strength and importance of different identifications as superordinate and the subgroup identity. So, okay, I go to cut it short. And the Turkish Cypriot community answers actually the question, so how do you feel? What is your identity? So only Turkish, not Cypriot. Obviously, this is the most Turkish nationalist part, 7.6%. Turkish and a bit Cypriot, 7.3%. And they are the same, Turkish and Cypriot is really high, 61.8%. And Cypriot and a bit Turkish, 12.4%, and only Cypriot and not Turkish, it's around 10%. So what we see here is that Turkish identity is given a high importance, but equally, Turkish and Cypriot choice is at 61%. For the Greek community part, the results are more or less the same, but with some differences. So For them, the only Greek, not Cypriot, is really low, 0.8. Greek and a bit Cypriot, 5.2. And if they are asked the same extent of Greek descent Cypriot, then 57.9. And Cypriot and a bit Greek, 16.2. And only Cypriot and not Greek, 19.9. In this picture, actually, we see that the Cypriot identification is higher among the Greek Cypriots. But can we really say that we can compare these two communities and they are actually talking about the same Cypriot identity? Because this is also important. Are they really talking about the same Cyprus identity? So, because the term, even though it sounds the same, can mean different things to these two different societies. So the term Cypriot denotes the idea that Cyprus has its own sui generis character and then yes, entity. But this identity, ontologically speaking, has never been an ethnic or national identity, neither for Greeks nor for Turks. A civic identity, social identity, geographical identity, cultural, yes, but not ethnic or national. So we should be careful about the Cypriot identity here. And it doesn't mean the same thing to different societies, because the Cypriot Greeks are actually eager to accept the Cypriotism as a solution, as long as actually being a Cypriot would not challenge the power or rule of the Greeks in the island. So the being a Cypriot would most of the time be equal to being a Greek for them. There are even some actually interesting examples about this, some surveys about this. For example, in Spiros actually fieldwork, among the Greek Cypriot children, they are asked about actually, what do you think about Turkish Cypriots? And obviously they are having a structural ambiguity, because the first part, Turkish, designates as the other Turkish, and the Cypriot part of the Turkish Cypriot designates them as part of the self of themselves, which actually means Cypriot. So for the Greek Cypriot children, actually, there is not that much difference between Cypriot and Greek Cypriot. So this is also, creating some distrust among the Turkish society, because the cosmopolitan, charged identity can still have some actually burdens of this political problem. So as a conclusion, I hope I'm not taking too much time. So Cyprus identity actually cannot stand as an ethnic or national identity, but it may bring a promotion of an inclusive form of civic identity. So we shouldn't exaggerate too much. We shouldn't expect being a Cypriot is something ethnic or national, but it can bring a platform of an inclusive form of identity. So, and keeping both societies to choose among the identities is also not really good for peace talks, because identifying themselves is not only about the identity, but about a political choice, about the country. So this is a big burden. So we need to actually read and understand the society. The identity is too much politicized. So maybe we shouldn't, when I say we, the social scientists and everybody outside of island, actually, I'm talking about. So maybe we should really let them be free and feel free without expecting them to inherit the drama-laden legacy of the previous generations. Maybe this is the way of solution in the long run. So maybe this kind of, talking identities can actually create hybrid identities, and also solutions for the needs of the societies to live in peace together. Okay, so these are the words that I wanted to share with you. Can you see me? Okay, my screen, okay. So, thank you so much. I guess I can now open the floor for the questions, firstly from the participants about each other, because we all listen to each other and we heard our different perspectives on the same topic. So, would you like to ask questions to each other about the presentations? I can also start, maybe. I feel like the despot chair here. Okay, I will abuse my, okay, Altuğ hocam.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Aslı. While you were talking, I remembered my old study, and I remember that the studies on Yugoslavia showed that the larger ethnic groups were less resistant in accepting or attaching importance to the Yugoslav identity. The larger groups were less resistant, but the small groups were more resistant against the Yugoslav identity. This can be attributed to the fear of the small groups of losing their identities against the larger groups, possibly. However, surveys show that, as you also told us, Cypriot identity among the Turkish Cypriots have been strengthening, but this time probably they do not feel threatened by the Greek Cypriots, but unfortunately this time from Turkey, probably from too much interference in internal affairs of TRNC, too much subordination maybe, and maybe too much people coming from Turkey and settling in TRNC. And influencing or interfering in the daily lives of the Turkish Cypriots, and even the number of people from Turkey is now more populated than the Turkish Cypriots, probably. I mean, we don't know the real numbers in Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus yet, because since 2011 there is no official census. But probably the number of people from Turkey is more and culturally different. So I think this time Turkish Cypriots feel a little bit more worried about the Turkey's presence, not the Greek Cypriots' presence. That's why the numbers probably increase, I believe.
Yes. Thank you.
Can I?
Sure, please.
Yeah, I think Altuğ Hoca has a point, but beside what he said, the regime change in Turkey might also have an impact, because Turkish Cypriots identify themselves with secularism. The regime change in Turkey can be another factor, besides a growing influence of Turkey interference or whatever in TRNC's affairs, and also the economic crisis in Turkey can all be added to this, that Turkish Cypriots identify themselves with the island. And Aslı was talking about different layers of identity, but I think the main reference here is the territory, the island of Cyprus. When they say like Cypriot, they have this strong feeling to the island of Cyprus, where they grow up, where they live, and then they add the ethnicity as Turkish or Greek in this sense.
Can I add something? Sorry, Tremblers.
Sure, please, yes, this is an open platform now.
Okay, and I would like to add something else, probably.
I guess
Altuğ is having some internet connection
Yeah.
problems for a while.
Lost.
Okay, and in the meantime, when Altuğ is coming back, I realized that we have been really flexible about the time. So change of plans. So let's keep in mind what I sent you, these 3 questions about the international, internal factors, and also academic solutions. So let's keep these 3 questions in your mind, and then we can, I guess, combine the question part with these 3 round questions. Otherwise, we have to be here until midnight. I guess Haralamp also.
Yes, just a small point on this. From the Greek Cypriot side, after 1974, there was a movement about Cypriotness, that the Greek Cypriots and Cypriots generally, they are not Greeks. They are coming from Phoenix, you know, from Lebanon of the ancient times, and they have settled down in Cyprus. This movement, of course, it was a minority movement, and there was a lot of discussion on that, but still some people from education, very well educated people, started moving and organized about this, about the Cypriotness. But you see that it is very difficult indeed to build up a new national identity, especially in this part of the world, which nationalism is very strong. And also nationalism is imported, not only it has not only sources in Cyprus, but also from the mainland, from Cyprus and Turkey as well. But it existed. May I have a second point? I'm wondering if the Yugoslav paradigm is a real one, but I have in my mind how the Macedonian identity, I mean the Northern Macedonian identity was built, but they consider themselves as Bulgarian, but also they have their own territorial identity of the Ottoman Macedonian. And it's very strange how they started building in the interwar period, because even the people who were against the Turks in the beginning of Illidan rebellion, in the beginning of the century, they consider themselves as Bulgarians, but on the other hand, they don't feel that they have common interests with the Bulgarians, because they feel first that they belong to their territory, to their local let's say, home, which was Macedonia, and then to Bulgaria. So I think that the history of the Balkans could provide us with some examples, but I'm not sure if they could apply. They could have some comparisons and studies on that to see if there is any possibility of looking and losing their current identity and obtaining some other identity, because it is a matter also of who satisfied your demands, your economic and political demands. And I finish with that. I remember James Rosenau in an article right in the beginning about a Lombardian person, a Lombardian from Milano, you know. First, I'm feeling that I'm a Lombardian. Then I'm a European. Italian, it means nothing for me. Why? Because all his demands is satisfied by his region, and secondly by the European Union. And the central Rome and the central authority of Italy has been weakened. So we have to consider that also for practical terms, people starting slowly to redefine their national identity according to their needs also. Okay?
Yes, thank you so much, Sardanidis. So actually we also have a question here asked by Sevgi Bayrak. So which power can be the solution if the only choice is needed? She asked. So she's asking this question to also all of us. Anyone who wants to actually talk about this, or okay, Effie also mentioned the yes, the citation here. Yes. Actually, I would like to ask this question to Effie, because Effie was talking about this system, and that was actually an interesting way of taking the Cyprus issue. And so, okay, I missed your part. Okay, so you were actually talking about, you know, the macro and micro levels, and then the system, and then how this system, the complexity approach can bring this solution. So do you actually see any power in this, or actor maybe in this question, that can actually be the solution, or contribute into the solution, into this wicked problem, as you mentioned?
Yes, thank you. Before I started my PowerPoint presentation, that's why I mentioned the wicked problems approach, because it allows for the bottom-up approach to governance and also to creating solutions for conflict resolution strategies. The bottom-up approach stresses the micro, the role of the micro. So we cannot go to the global power level in order to create solutions in protracted conflicts. And also it makes sense. We have to come down into the system, we have to get into the micro, which is the civil societies, the individuals, the communities, that have to find strategies on the ground together. They have to talk, they have to negotiate, and then from there create a platform, create a framework that can also be supported by international institutions and potentially by global powers. And the reason that we see that so far international institutions have failed to bring a solution to the conflict in Cyprus, on the island of Cyprus, something that also Dr. Sardanidis stressed in his presentation about the European Union, is exactly because we are approaching this kind of conflicts. It's the same situation with the Palestinian-Israeli conflict, from a top-down approach, and many times centralized. So we have a centralized governance that is coming either from supranational institutions like the European Union, even international institutions like the United Nations, where global powers come in accord. And they're trying to enforce their will, so to speak, on the micro. And then the people, the communities who are actually living the conflict, who have the historical traumas, who have experienced the histories, even through narratives from the previous generations, as you very well mentioned, in their effort to create a common identity to transcend all these obstacles and create a common future, they have like the external factors that are coming from the external environment, either regional or international, that are not actually living in the conflict zone, and they're trying to impose their will. So that's why I brought on the table the complexity approach, because it stresses the bottom-up approach. So in order to have a solution, I read a comment in the chat section where it says, which power can be the solution? The power of the people on the island of Cyprus. And and something that the complexity science approach that I inherited from James Rosen, and also my personal feeling, is that we should leave the Greeks and the Turks outside, and the two communities should come together without external influences and talk with each other, find the solution, and maybe then bring it to a regional and international level. But first it has to be the two communities, with Turkey and Greece, not exercising any power politics and any influence on the island. I know that this sounds like utopian, but I feel it can be done if there is a will. I know that interests are great in this case, but there's no other solution in protracted conflicts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Effie. Samet actually has been raising his hand, so I would like to give the floor to him for his eager question, I know.
Thank you so much, Aslı. Also, thank you so much, my department, for providing informative and fruitful conferences. So my question is going to be addressed to Professor Charalambos Sardinadis. It's a normative question. So what normative role should EU undertake, the current EU undertake, for reducing the disparities, the differences between the two different islands, and to create a common identity that lean on, like a democracy, human rights, or other Europeanness? Or maybe it's a question: is EU identity or European identity solution? Thank you so much in advance.
Okay, thank you. First of all, the European Union is not able to exert its influence in the region. This is obvious also in the Middle East conflict. Don't expect from the European Union. It has not a common foreign policy, and it is not common, and it is not foreign policy. Sorry for that. But don't expect something which does not exist. Of course, I'm saying that it's an exaggeration, but I think that this is a fact. The other thing that's much more interesting, and what your question is implying perhaps, is the Europeanization process. This is something else. That means that the principles, the values of the European Union could be transcend and influence with different means, even with power politics. For example, you said about the human rights. But even on that, if you see that the European Union gives emphasis on that for different countries, for China, for example, for Turkey, including Turkey, and so on that, it is a little bit hypocritical. Because if it has to choose among preserving its values, I mean in its foreign policy, and its security, protecting itself from terrorism and from migration, and for the refugees problem, for example, it takes a different stand. It prefers security. And the clear example is the European neighborhood policy, where now it underlines security and doesn't think that, like in 2003, wanted to exert influence and Europeanize the Mediterranean countries. Saying that, however, the Europeanization process for Greek Cypriots and for the Turkish Cypriots is an option. Is an option given that they want to share these values. And there are many projects for that. PRIO, for example, is very active. But don't forget that the majority, even among the young people, prefer to stay in a secure homeland rather than to say, for example, I'm speaking about the young people in Greeks, in the young Greek Cypriots people, prefer to stay in a secure state rather than to have a high risk of a federation of Cyprus, where perhaps there were again conflicts of sharing power like it was in the constitutions of 1960. But on the other hand, this is a contradiction, which I mean from the Greek Cypriot community, which I'm not entirely understand. From the other hand, however, they don't want to give up some consensus for at least a loose federation. They accepting the intercommunal talks, but many of them, they insist that the new state should be more a Greek rather than a Turkish state, which is impossible, of course. So, and may I continue by saying, Effie, some things, because I don't want to monopolize.
Yes, please, Dr. Tsardenidis, if you have some comments on my presentation, will be highly appreciated, and critique especially, because this is an ongoing research.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sharing with you this optimism, which rightly characterizes utopia. If we, because I have studied about the Palestinians and the Israeli approach after the Oslo agreements, and you could find even from the both sides, Israelis and the Palestinians, were people who are willing to try to find some common ground. Then now, even the Israeli left, and I was surprised when I visited Israel, that even the left people, they have decided that it is impossible to live with the Palestinians. So despite the fact that the Greek Cypriots are arguing that we have common grounds with the Turkish Cypriots, they are Cypriots on that, we should be pragmatic. The bottom is okay from the bottom up procedure. We have to insist on that, but don't expect so much from that. I think the solutions could come from other quarters, which if I have the chance to elaborate a little bit more later on, not now.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. I actually also would like to ask something to Vakur SÜMER, if I may. I'm also, you are working, studying on environmental crisis, the climate change mainly. So do you think that with the climate change, the necessity for water, the scarcity of water will be higher? Do you think that it can create a better opportunity for the cooperation between Greece and Turkey, the Greek and Turkish Cypriots, out of necessity, because the things are even harsher?
Yeah, thank you for this great question, actually. This is a bigger debate in climate change issues. There are two variants, so to speak. One is saying that the competition for scarcer resources will ultimately bring peace or bring a more cooperative atmosphere to the bilateral relations between communities or countries. They will be enforced to enter into a more fruitful dialogue. The second strand of thinking says that this will be not the case, because the scarcity that we actually experience these days has been an unprecedented one, and it will definitely trigger much more conflict than peaceful negotiations or peaceful atmosphere of dialogue. But of course, we should hope for the positive one, and there's a lot of ground for this, I believe. But there are on the negative side, we have some examples in other parts of the world that, for example, especially if the resource reveals itself in a zero-sum game setting, such as the groundwaters used in the border areas, for example, there can be some conflicts, especially in that respect. So, because groundwater basins, like the surface waters, do not know any borders, and if you draw too much water from one side, it will be the loss of the other side. So there should be some kind of agreements between the optimum utilization of groundwater, shared groundwater resources. Even countries in the past which has seemingly bad relations have been able to agree on these kind of agreements. From the positive side, for example, we can see the agreement between Jordan and Saudi Arabia, between Israel and Jordan also, and the freshwater disputes database demonstrates that the history is full of agreements rather than wars or conflicts in terms of water issues per se. But this is not a guarantee for the future, because as I can say again, to reiterate, the limits now we are reaching the carrying capacity of our natural resource system in general overall. So it is very difficult to actually predict, make predictions about the future. So we should definitely work for, I mean, we should keep the dialogue active in order to at least to be in a, you know, atmosphere of cooperation. Not, we should not isolate our efforts. We should unite instead, and we should work together, and at least we should utilize science diplomacy in order to not probably create basin-wide organizations like we have in Europe or also in Turkey. It will be difficult probably in this setting, but at least we should work towards that. And there are some examples, successful examples that can be emulated. There are epistemic communities in basins such as the Euphrates and Tigris, for example. Scientists from different countries such as Turkey, Iran, Iraq, Syria come together and share their data and their findings, research, etc. And in the end, it hopefully translates into some kind of a more cooperative policies from all sides of the issue. I don't want to say this as a conflict, but this is definitely an issue, and it will, according to all models, all scenarios, Eastern Mediterranean will experience a reduction in precipitation, plus an increase in terms of temperature, which will also increase the evapotranspiration. This will even aggravate the water balance in the region, not only to Cyprus, but also in all other parts of the world. Of course, desalination, for example, I want to make a point in terms of desalination, can be an important way out of this water issue, but there are some limitations. First, environmentally, it is not so sustainable if you do not manage it well. You should give the saline water, the brine water, to the aquatic environment, into the sea back very slowly, because otherwise you will kill all the species in the seabed, especially in the seabed, because it's a dense liquid. It goes to the deep seabed and kills all types of creatures there, like shrimps, etc. So it will first environmentally, and secondly, you need lots of energy for this. You need some kind of big energy sources. So desalination are generally, desalination plants has been a method that was chosen by energy-rich countries such as the Gulf countries in the Middle East, or especially rich countries like the Singapore or etc. So for Cyprus, maybe it can be a partial solution, but I mean, we cannot rely on desalination for all the water needs of the island. Plus, even the transfer from Turkey cannot be sufficient for the agricultural needs, because, as I said again, the evapotranspiration is extensive. We should definitely utilize drip irrigation system, or maybe sprinklers, not definitely the old style open canal or wild irrigation, as we call it. So, as I said, there should be a compound, there should be a set of solutions instead of a magic tool in terms of water equation, and water saving technologies, water saving traditions should also be used. For example, even in countries like Yemen, we have traditions historically not to dig a well less than close to 500 meters to another house, for example. But with the widespread use of motor pumps and the diesel water pumps, people began to break this tradition, and now Yemen is fully depleted of groundwater resources. And it is also one of the reasons that Yemen actually entered into this phase of chaos in the country. Of course, it was not only the single reason, but water can trigger sometimes bigger questions. Of course, there is a risk of securitization of the water issues in all parts of the world, including Cyprus. So water security, or these terms, should be carefully used, definitely. But I mean, there are indices showing the level of scarcity, or the level of how can I say, water limits of the countries, or the water needs of the countries, and Cyprus is not on the positive side, I should say, like in almost all parts of the Eastern Mediterranean. So it would be, of course, best to combine the efforts of the two communities, plus Greece and Turkey as well, in order to come together and talk about the solutions, mitigation, not only mitigation, but also, of course, adaptation measures, because it is very difficult for a single country or a couple of countries to stop this climate change. It is scientifically proven that even the Paris Agreement, it is doubtful that it will be enough to stop the climate change as we want, as we desire. So there are lots of issues, definitely. Carbon print and the water footprint of the island is big, actually, in terms of the tourism sector. The tourism is one of the sectors that consume water enormously. And hotel, for example, which has 300 beds, usually uses water equal to a town of 10,000 people. So 300 beds hotel is equal to 10,000 people town. So we should all think about these issues in combination, and dialogue.
Yes. Yeah, so as you well said, that water is not a commodity, but it's a heritage. I really like that sentence, by the way. That's what we should, I guess, remember. So we still have a few minutes left. So if there are more questions here.
I have a question.
Yeah, yes, Professor.
To Altuğ GÜNAL, dealing with the Cyprus problem. Altuğ, if I pronounce well your first name.
Not bad.
Okay. Do you consider as a precondition for some kind of a solution to the Cyprus problem, first Greece and Turkey find a rapprochement that they could solve some of the differences in order to have a spillover effect for the Cyprus, or it's something that you think it's two separate issues which has nothing to do? Because I believe, I say also my position, that in order to have the beginning of a process of the Cyprus problem solution, as a precondition, I think it is the Greek-Turkish coming, Greece and Turkey could come together and fight some, not all of them, because there is a lot of difference. The most important one, which I think much more easier to find a common ground rather than on Cyprus problem.
Well, actually, before Turkey and Greece comes together and make a reapproachment, it is impossible to solve the Cyprus issue. I mean, some accept them as the motherland, some do not. But before they agree on solving the other problems, especially in the Aegean and now in Eastern Mediterranean, I don't think they would let the Cyprus problem to be solved.
Okay, we agree on that. Yes, this is exactly my point.
And that's why the Turkey's army in Cyprus will not be withdrawn before these problems are solved. Because, you know, the number of, or the military power, the navy power of Greece and Turkey is similar, and it is the same for the air force. But if there is a war between Greece and Turkey in the future, which we would never want that for sure, but if that happens, because of the number of islands on the Aegean Sea, the Greek will be more advantageous. So still keeping the Turkish army in Cyprus and at that case threatening the Greek Cypriots over there. I mean, if Greeks in Greece does something wrong, Turkey wants to show that the Greek Cypriots are in danger as well because of the Turkey's army in Cyprus. So until the two sides, I mean Greece and Turkey, agree on solving the problems in the Eastern Mediterranean or the other issues as well, it is impossible to solve the issue in Cyprus too, I believe.
Okay, I share this opinion. Not entirely agree with you what you said about the factors, but you have. I think this is my opinion also. That for another time the Cyprus solutions could be. It is in the Greek-Turkish relationship, like it was in the 1960s, but and in other periods of the Cyprus problem. This has nothing to do, of course, what Effie said and suggested. There are two separate processes, but I'm more optimistic what Altuğ has just pointed out. If there is a process of solving these problems, which some of them could be solved, then there will be a spillover effect for the Cyprus problem. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, but I will also remind something. With the Annan Plan, Turkey had accepted to withdraw its army. So if it feels safe enough for the Turkish Cypriots, Turkey may change its mind too.
Yes,
so,
not all of the army, of course.
Almost all of them. Almost. I mean,
to stay such like in the London-Zurich agreement,
symbolic
part of the Turkish.
Which cannot threaten the Greek Cypriots.
As the principle he has, okay. This, although the Greek Cypriots in Montana, you know, in the negotiations, but we do not enter in these details. The thing is, we're talking about the strategy now. I think we have the same analysis on that issue.
Yes, and to add regarding the Macedonia issue, I mean, you asked something about that Macedonia. Yes, they started their independence movement towards Ottomans, for instance, by claiming that they were Bulgarians. I mean, indeed, they were Bulgarian nationalists.
Yeah.
But indeed, later Yugoslav President Tito helped them to create their own identity, mainly because he didn't want Bulgaria to claim rights over Macedonia and Macedonians later.
It is the modern Macedonian nation is a constructed one, but after so many years, 2-3 generations, if you ask young people in Skopje, for example, how do you feel? He will say Macedonian, not Bulgarian, not something else. I'm a Macedonian, because he's feeling like that he belongs to a nation.
Yes, and at the time you will remember that Tito and the Communist Party cleared many Bulgarian words from Macedonian, and they built a separate Macedonian church for the same reason. But
and
today,
language.
And language. But today Bulgaria still claims rights over.
This is another issue.
And they prevent them from being an EU member. They want them to change their history books. They want them to formally recognize that the language has Bulgarian roots, etc. So they don't forget. And maybe to add one more thing on identity, and I would like to stop it. Turks from Turkey who emigrate to Cyprus and also the Turkish governments from time to time compel the Turkish Cypriots the Anatolian way of life and conservatism, which is not in harmony with islanders' culture. So, and way of living as well. So I believe this also motivates Turkish Cypriots to embrace Cypriotism more. That's why the numbers increase.
Yeah, there's a reactionary Cypriot identity, right?
I think it's reactionary, yeah.
Yeah, that's what also we found with the Dilek LATİF actually. That especially young generation feels like that they are under the threat of their life is under threat of change. So more secular, more modern. And I guess Effie also has a point about this.
Regarding this question, I have a question both to Dr. Tsarvanidis and to Dr. Altuğ. I realized that the first name is the last name. I apologize before because I went by the Greek order.
No, actually the opposite.
Yes, it's the opposite. I realized it now.
Doesn't matter.
What if the two communities came together and had a referendum and decided that we want Turkey and Greece to stay outside our affairs? And then the European Union was willing to play a more important, a more active role in the context of its strategic compass and strategic autonomy strategy that is developing right now. And became really a broker for peace of the island, transcending power politics. Do you think that this wouldn't work still? And Greece and Turkey wouldn't respect the wishes of the two communities, especially if the European Union became the broker for peace and the guarantor that the two nations will be left outside, regardless their own issues in the Eastern Aegean and other issues they have. And we would leave the two communities on the island alone to find a common framework that then would be brought into the attention of both Greece and Turkey, Brussels, perhaps, I mean, I'm sure the transatlantic security structures, and other actors from the international community. You think that this would be a viable framework, a pathway for conflict resolution? Thank you.
What will be the exact question for the referendum?
The referendum would be that we want Greece and Turkey to stay outside our affairs for a certain period of time, to try to develop a common framework to talk with each other, and we'll have European Union as a guarantor for this process. I know it sounds utopian, but I just have this question because it's maybe a backward thinking, but we have to move forward. We have to find a way forward. Thank you very much.
I
want to answer to that. Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Okay. Dear Effie, I think it would be hard, but I can remind you that in 2004, Turkey respected Cypriots' will on referenda. So it's not impossible, but I would like to also remind that the Turkish political discourse from the 1950s, we can see that Turkey's and Turkish Cypriot security were frequently mentioned together, not separately. And I can claim that the strategic consideration slightly forced ahead. Let's remember Denktaş, Alparslan Türkeş, Ahmet Davutoğlu, the former prime minister as well. They all said that even if there had been not a single Muslim Turk in Cyprus, it would have been necessary for Turkey to have a Cyprus problem. I think it is not so much different for the Greece as well. Therefore, I don't think until Turkey also agrees, this would be possible. And again, let me remind you another thing. The number of people from Turkey probably exceeds the number of Turkish Cypriots in TRNC now. So if there is a referenda, I think it will, from the results, we will see the will of Turkey instead of Turkish Cypriots if a referenda is realized. So
thank you very much for your response. So basically what we have to do is actually find a framework to transcend the security dilemma. And borrowing from Alyson's the Thucydides trap, because this is what you said. It's the perfect example. So how do we find this framework? I mean, it comes down to this, and that's where theory comes in order to create, foreign policy ultimately be translated into governance. I know that I remain optimistic, but I appreciate your response very much. I would also like to hear Dr. Tsardanidis' input.
Imagine speaking now, not pragmatically, with what we know, who is the Greek Cypriot president or politician who is going to put such a question to a referendum. They don't even imagine of doing that. Even some of the politicians, even the Greek Cypriots, would like to get rid of Athens for historical reasons, which going back. But they don't, it's a question which will never be put in a referendum, such like that. Another one, if there is a new agreement, yes. So in order to analyze the things and to be pragmatic as political science, it's better to know the situation. And I think your wish is to see something, but politically speaking, this is my answer. I think this is out of the question. It is impossible, although in politics nothing is impossible. But for the time being, as the political situation is nowadays in the Greek Cypriot community, I don't think so that there will be even one politician who will bring such an issue in their political agenda.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you.
And may I add that,
Yes,
that the public surveys show that Turkish Cypriot, majority of Turkish Cypriots still wants Turkey to be a guaranteeing power. I mean, they still trust Turkey for their protection. So I believe they wouldn't like any solution without Turkey's protection, but I'm sure they wouldn't this much interference in their internal affairs.
Maybe we can also ask
which is a
this to
contradiction by itself.
Dilek LATİF here, because she's actually from North Cyprus as a Turkish Cypriot. So Dilek, can you hear us? Maybe you can also share some ideas.
This is a very good question, Effie. But as Charalambos rightly said, I don't think neither the leaders nor the people would say yes to this question. Yes, still, although Turkish Cypriots would like to be under United Cyprus and be part of European Union, I guess still in terms of security, they would prefer to have Turkey on their side. So this, we can say that they want to have EU membership, they want to have a solution, but it would be good to have Turkey for security reasons as well.
What is the motivation here? Is it economical, political, social feelings? What is the motivation here, this connection with Turkey?
Well, the past, I guess. I would say the past, there has been tension and conflicts, and so in the mind of ordinary people, there is a lot of confusion, like United Nations came here, but they couldn't protect us. And you try to explain them like UN wasn't supposed to be here to fight against one side. They came here to be a buffer zone and provide humanitarian aid. So, well, there is no good reason to blame them that they didn't stop the, the warfare at least here, because it wasn't the mission of UNFICYP forces. But with that, with the past memories and the traumas that you also mentioned, Aslı, I think people would say, in case something goes wrong and there's a kind of clash again, European Union, who would come and save Turkish Cypriots, who would come and fight for them? So it would be good to have Turkey on their side. But of course, if you ask any young Turkish Cypriot here, they would tell you, yes, of course, we want to be part of European Union. We want to be part of the recognized world, because TRNC as it is not recognized. That's why they are applying to get the EU passports, because they cannot travel anywhere with TRNC passports. And this would give them like a good prospects for studying, for traveling, and getting better living standards. But maybe for security, it would be good to keep Turkey so that they can have everything.
Yeah.
This is like a very pragmatical answer, not an academic one, actually.
Okay, so Altuğ, can you keep it short? And
Sure.
Okay.
So we have the common history, we have the common ethnicity. So the people, the Turkish Cypriots, were the people who emigrated from Anatolia during 16th century or 18th century. So it is normal that they would trust the mainland first or above all. And also I think they will remember that during the 1960s or 50s or until 74, no one came to help when they were suffering. So they may be still thinking the same. I mean, if somebody is going to come, it could be Turkey. But time has changed. We should also remember that. I mean, during 1960s, 70s, the human rights concept and humanitarian intervention concept was not valid. Still, the sovereignty was more important. So after 1990s, I mean, if the things happened in 1960s and 70s happens today, maybe it could be different. I mean, United Nations would react stronger this time. But at that time, it was only Turkey who came for help. I think they also remember that.
Thank you.
I have a question to Latif. Is possible to make it?
Sure,
Yes.
please go ahead.
Please. Since 1975, 74, the first people from Anatolia, a settler or migrants, whatever it is, they came to Cyprus, northern Cyprus. That means about how many years? 50? At least 50 years, okay, 55 years. Do you have any indication from your surveys that the younger generation, the people from Anatolia who were born second generation, let's say, or even third generation, they have changed in comparison with the parents, their identity a little bit? They have transferred themselves as Cypriots, more Turkish Cypriots rather than Turks, or they consider themselves as Turks without the Turkish Cypriot element?
I have students actually who are children of Turkish settlers, according to the international terms for them. So their parents came in 1980s, and they considered, and they were born here, and they said, like, there was a young writer, actually, a journalist and a writer. He just published a book, a young boy in his mid-20s, very passionate. He said he wrote stories of North Cyprus in his book, which took a lot, which is like very much popular. And he felt, oh, I did it because I wanted to show that I am part of this society and I am writing your stories. And he wanted to receive this acceptance because I met him in a conference and he was very openly telling me his feelings. Then in the newspapers, he said that children of settler from Hatay published a book. And you see how well they are getting integrated, the new generations. Actually, he wanted to have the opposite. Like he wanted to have this acceptance, but still this like children of settlers from Hatay. And then when he went to Turkey and he says like, I don't feel affiliated with Turkey because I was born in Cyprus. I don't know, I never lived in Turkey and I don't know much. I don't have much connection to Turkey, although probably they might have some distinct relatives. And he went to Turkey for the representation of his book for a book launch. And he was introduced as a Turkish Cypriot author. And he was like having these mixed feelings. I think the younger generations of the people, Turkish people whose parents migrated after the 1974 war, they feel part of Turkish Cypriot society. They speak with Turkish Cypriot accent, most of them, and they want to be seen as part of this society. So I don't know if that's the answer, Charalambos.
Yes, thank you very much. I expected that, and I consider it quite normal.
Thank you so much. Yes, Effie.
If there's time, if there's no time.
Actually, we already exceeded 22 minutes, but I see that we all have things to say. So please, yes.
One last remark. Thank you very much. Borrowing from Dr. Altuğ presentations and all his remarks, of course, and his Dr. Çardani's these responses. Of course, we all know that the main issue at this point is security. We need to guarantee security for both communities and especially for the Turkish community of the north, because they keep this affiliation with Turkey from the security dilemma they are facing. So this is an excellent point in favor of a European Union federation for the whole island. Because if we have a federation that is a European Union, a full member state, this becomes automatically a normative structure that guarantees security under European Union treaties, correct? And please correct me if you think I'm wrong. And this way we cannot experience the things we saw in Yugoslavia, because right now we're talking about a different era, a different time, where normative structures are created regarding human rights, democracy, the rule of law, according to European Union treaties, and according, of course, to other international institutions. We have a high level of regionalism. The two communities are becoming stakeholders in bigger interests. And could this be automatically a guarantor, a normative structure to guarantee security for both communities and transcend this security dilemma? Thank you. I just had this thought because obviously we're trying to create a formula in order to guarantee security and help the two communities to come together and create a common future. Thank you very much.
Just a moment. Effie, when I'm saying that some of your considerations belong to the sphere of utopia, I'm not arguing that the process of bottom-up is not useful. It's quite useful. And it should be continuing, all these efforts for bringing the two Cypriot communities together in different aspects of their social life. What I'm arguing is that don't expect from this process to be the key factors for solving the Cyprus problem. It might contribute for a relaxation of tension, of knowing each other, because nowadays the young Greek Cypriots, they don't know the Turkish community. Meanwhile, their grandfathers, they had friends at least in their villages. The Turkish Cypriots, they were going to the Greek church, to the Greek Orthodox Church. So they share a lot of things. Nowadays, they don't share these common values and common experiences. So don't expect that this process is a long one. It's very useful, long term, but it is not quite useful, or rather it is not the key factors, as I pointed out, for finding at least a short-term, if we like, in the coming years, in the following years, to find something as a solution to the Cyprus problem. This takes a long time.
Of course.
This is what I'm worrying about. That
yes.
Of course you could do that. We have all of them, and this I want to congratulate Aslı for having the initiative and to have this conference, because it's such things that we could contribute. It will continue to have such meetings in order, at least the academics, to find some common grounds. Of course, they have their differences, but they could find common grounds.
Dialogue
and they
matters.
could spread ideas to the other academics.
Mm-hmm.
But
exactly.
This is not the key factor. I want to be pragmatic.
Thank you, Dr. Tsardanidis. I really appreciate your intervention in my ideas. I just have to emphasize that I'm not a utopian, I'm a visionary. And I look into the future, and that's why you maybe realize from the theory I'm creating, because I have models, I have stuff they're going to publish, and they're very forward-looking. And also what you mentioned, that we need to start the process. I didn't mean that we'll say, okay, now we're creating a federation and the European Union will be the guarantor. No, it's a very long process, but let's start a process and let's learn from this process, and let's allow the process to be the emerging factor that will give us, become like an open system, and from there have emerging frameworks and go with the flow. We have never done this. That's why I mentioned in my presentation that we always follow deterministic politics. And in situations like this, and where it's a linear thinking, but in protracted conflicts, we should transcend linear thinking. And in determinism and free will should guide policy. So let's start the process like this, and especially with young people. Bring the young people, with fresh ideas. It was mentioned before about innovation through science communities. This will make both communities shareholders. This is very important, because when you are a stakeholder on shared interests, you are willing to transcend sometimes historical traumas, and in order to move forward, because the future has higher stakes. You're making a calculation of cost benefit. We're going back to Gilpin. But I really appreciate you having me here and allowing me to voice maybe these, very forward-looking ideas. I really thank you all.
Thank you everybody. I really regret to call the symposium off now, because I can see that we are really in the middle of a really good discussion here. But let's hope that we can continue in another organization later. So let me say that actually being able to discuss Cyprus issue from different perspectives has been really productive and fruitful. And obviously we have a long way to walk, but a way full of actually possibilities, opportunities and chances for actually societies. So I hope that we can at least contribute into solutions with our discussion here. So I would like to give the floor for the last maybe conclusion words from you. Okay, I guess, okay, so we also have from our audiences that they are thanking us. Of course, we should also remember to thank to our dear audience being with us here and asking great questions. Then, if Siret Hocam, would you like to maybe conclude and
yeah, I was watching with a great interest, to be honest, and every issue was triggering something new into me. And I was holding myself not to participate to those discussions. And unfortunately, we don't have much time. So I kept myself, to be honest. And I was always thinking of what you're talking and trying to combine the views with my own thoughts and with my own experiences. But what I would like to say just in a couple of sentences is that I really appreciate all thoughts. And I appreciate also what you have discussed in the couple of minutes, particularly the thoughts coming from Effie's point of view. But most of these thoughts, Effie, are not something completely new, to be honest. To let you know that those views are directly coming from the Communist Party from the southern part of Cyprus.
Really?
Yes, so if you're making a bit research on this, you will see
I
that
had no idea.
Yeah, the Communist Party's views are always on these thoughts, and it has been tried several times in the past after the end of the Cold War that the civil societies could make a great effort in bringing the issues and cracking those solid tectonic plates which was formed on the island of Cyprus. I really understand you that you're trying to create a crack on this tectonic solid ground. And I believe that this needs to be done for resolving the Cyprus conflict. We missed several opportunities in the past, as I mentioned, but what I remind you, what I understand what you say from Ernst B. Haas and James Rosenau's points of views is that how the Germany and France came together. But keep in your mind that Germany and France came after the crack of this tectonic plates after the Second World War. And one side was forced to it. And secondly, almost these two powers were equal to each other. We don't have this equality on the island. If you leave the Turkish Cypriots and Greek Cypriots alone, numerically, the Turkish Cypriots are less than Greek Cypriots, and they have always felt the fear. So you don't have this equality to bring them together and to match each other's power. So I always see the Cyprus as a kind of an onion. You peel one, leave from outside, you see another one. And the Cyprus problem is not so, or the Cyprus as an island geostrategically is not so less important, not to be left to other powers. So it is so important that unfortunately always other powers are getting involved in it. We have seen this during the British Ottoman period of time, why Ottomans were there, why British were there, why now island is divided during the Cold War between the ideological reasons between the Soviet Union and Americans, and why now Cyprus cannot be left to the Cypriots. So it is so very important on the eastern side of the Mediterranean because geostrategically controlling the Middle East, the Balkans, the Caucasus region, the Suez Canal, the North Africa, still the two British sovereign bases are there, So even if you think of that, just leave the islands just to the Cypriots, then the British are there, And the Communist Party, AKEL, is also always asking for the British to leave the island, just because of what you're saying, that leave the islands to the Cypriots. And, I have many things to tell from each point of view to discuss more in detail, also theoretically as well to these issues, but the time, unfortunately, was not enough. And unfortunately, I was not one of those speakers to get involved all the time into those thoughts, So next time, I promise, now most probably Aslı will also agree. Now this meeting, triggered something that we definitely need the second conference,
yes.
The second meeting. Maybe
obviously we have more to discuss.
Yeah, with more time to discuss as well.
Yeah,
And make it a
we
bit
just
bigger.
started.
Yes, to make it a bigger, maybe it will be a series of discussions based on specific points. So these were all my thoughts. And therefore, I'm really, really happy to see you and meet you and to get you know as well. And we will make it a bigger community, particularly to the community who will include those people trying to look forward, not into the backward, because we know the backward. We know what happened in the past. What we need is to crack it, you know, as you said, to shake it, to find a way for the future. And even though utopia or visionary, it doesn't matter. Vision is a vision, utopia is an utopia. I always look at them in a positive way, because without making a research, without making, you know, exploring it, you don't know whether it will be successful or not. So that's what I would like to say. So hopefully we will again make another organization to bring you with many issues, including energy, water, oil, natural gas, these ways, energy roads, what can be done on it specifically, new theoretical outlookings to the Cyprus problem, as you said, or the view of EU, whether from the Charalambos's point of view and Dilek's point of view, the role of the women. So on the Cyprus, that's another matter that it needs to be discussed in very much in detail. I mean, there were many thoughts in my mind as far as when I heard for the first time. As I'm a Turkish Cypriot, but I didn't know exactly the role or research on the role of the Cyprus conflict of a woman. So there are many other things that I would like to say on this. And so therefore, we will have another meeting, so I don't want to keep it longer. I'm really, really thankful to you, all those participants. And in the very beginning, Aslı reminded me that there are others who are working behind of the scenes very hard to this organization. So I forgot them and I didn't do it intentionally. So Oktay Dayaoğlu and our new assistant there is also with us. So Nilda Çiçekli was also there. So both of them contributed a lot for this organization. And I'm also thankful to them. Thank you to all again being with us, and see you in the near future again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody, for these valuable contributions, and hope to see you again in İzmir next time.
Yeah. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Yeah.
Take care. Take care.
Aslı hocam, shall we take a photo?
Okay, yes, that's a good idea. Let's smile to the cameras. Okay, are we done? Because it feels a little bit awkward after 50 seconds. Okay, so thanks a lot, everybody.
Thank you very much for having me and the audience. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye. Thank you.